Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Hello everybody and welcome. This is live coverage of the Grenke Chess Festival. It is already round 7. We are at the business end of the tournament. Things are starting to shape up nicely for this absolutely, wonderful and unique format here over in Karlsruhe. We've got the Grenke Chess Festival, which is the classical tournament, and we've got the Freestyle Open, which is Chess 960 in a sort of combination tournament. We've spoken about it a bit. If you've just joined us, we'll try and remind you as we go out through the show. Nevertheless, the situation is as follows. We had a game earlier today, round 6, and round 6 was one that certainly favored the favorite, and that is Mr. Magnus Carlsen. He had a pretty straightforward game in the end against Wanda Liang, got a great advantage and won. Parham had a topsy-turvy game against the informed Mendonca, and that means that Carlsen, who is on 6 out of 6, is now going to play the next guy in line, Parham. This should be an epic game. Peter, tell us, who has impressed you, and tell us a bit about how you feel about the tournament and standings so far.
Well, Magnus clearly with 6 out of 6 in a fantastic situation, but he wasn't even really challenged. Yeah, that's what we felt. He won his games quite easily, at least the last 3 games very convincingly and too easily for our taste, I believe. Then Maxodlu fighting like a lion. We have seen him in some trouble, but then he was always able to turn things around in his favor. Then we have many players on 5 points. Yesipenko and Caruana are standing out for me because I believe that we have to keep a very close eye on them. They might challenge for the title. Yeah, just imagine Magnus Carlsen suddenly stumbles at some point. Then these guys wants to be there. Pranesh, actually I think there is a pairing Yesipenko-Pranesh on board 3. That will be huge. Mendonca losing a heartbreaking game against Maxodlu, and so many players on 4.5 points. We already see Magnus Carlsen sitting at the board, getting ready for Parham.
Absolutely, yeah. Totally agree with you. I think Yesipenko, Fabi, dangerous. I also want to say, I mean, they aren't the only players. I mean, a lot depends, of course, on, somebody like Bardor, if he just finds inspiration from the skies, could pose problems.
But he got a very tough pairing, Black against Fabi.
It is a tough pairing, but it is freestyle, so the opening phase perhaps is not as relevant. So if Baldur manages to create some chances, maybe. But yes, of course, Fabiano, big favorite to beat Baldur.
And then we have, there we have Fabiano on our screen on the second board. Back to the second board, because that's where Fabiano started his journey in the Freestyle Open, playing against Badou Jabawa, who definitely enjoys himself being there, playing against the top guns. That's certainly a very big challenge and motivation. We know that Badou is capable of doing incredible things, especially when he carries on with all his positive emotions. And look at him. He's so positive. He puts his pieces in front of the pawns prior to the game. This is the very first time that I'm seeing this. Look at this. Everybody hides the forces behind the pawns. Mm-hmm. Is this some kind of a psychological game from Badur?
I don't think so. I think that's just Badur being Badur, to be honest. And the if you do hear music, by the way, that is Live.
No, Life is Life
by
Opus.
Life.
This is my childhood, my favorite song from the childhood, 1984.
There you go.
Yes, there you go. I was 5 years old. I was singing, playing football, singing, and so on this song. Amazing.
Life is Life by Opus. There you go. Badur looks quite locked in. I actually, to be honest, I'm over the moon to see him on the top boards, because we've spoken about Badur a lot, but it's not just because he's a friend of mine, but because he's had a really tough few years recently. A lot of things have been going on with him personally that he's had to deal with, and of course that affects your chess. And for Badur to be rated just 2600 is just not right. And I'd love to see him regain some of his form, get back to 2650, 2700 where he belongs. But look at this. Look how many people there are in the audience looking to get a snap of some of the best players, be involved in this great event. And really, for me, the reason why this event is so special is because not just because there's nearly 3,000 players, not just because some of the best players in the world are here. It's because the organizers have structured it in a way that normal folk, normal chess fans can interact with their idols in a way that other tournaments you can't. You can't just turn up at an event in St. Louis or an event in Paris and just rub shoulders with these guys. Often it's cordoned off or they go through different entrances. But here everybody is sharing the same stage, the same sort of food vendors, all of that stuff. So it's really nice for the average fan to just be able to come as close as possible to their chess idols. And, what about this man here, Parham Magsudlu? Parham, a few years ago, was really sort of the name everybody was talking about. This was actually before Ali Reza came through. I'm just talking about pre-Ali Reza, basically.
He won the Under-20 championship.
That's right.
2018, I believe.
Correct.
Yes.
Ali Reza they were obviously already talking about Ali Reza and this kid, but when Parham won the World Championships, it was like, this guy is a super talent. And then there was all the talk about the Iranian national team, because it was him, it was Tabatabai, it was Ali Reza, and perhaps a few others that I can't think of. And of course, since then, Ali Reza is now playing under the French flag, and Parham lost a bit of momentum, so it was, he kind of went off the boil a little bit, but it's great to see him back in the spotlight. And talking about the spotlight, what about this? Well, we're going to have a very special guest here. Choose one of the magic balls. So this, let's see here, there we go.
So, wenn ich nicht hochheben darf, deine Mama nichts dagegen hat, dann ziehst du jetzt eine Kugel. Hast du eine Kugel? So, dann zurück.
All right, so the position for the freestyle portion, the chess 960 has been chosen, and it is position 076. 076, and we can see what that looks like. Very, very different to anything we've seen thus far. Peter, your thoughts, sir, on this interesting position?
Yeah, absolutely agree, Lawrence, that this is a very special position. We haven't been really seeing the white king in its normal situation on e1, e8. The rooks on d1 and d8 make also a very harmonious kind of impression. For example, there is the possibility to go queenside castle, long castle, by simply moving the king from e1 to c1. Once the knight is developed from the c1 square, I feel like whites, not whites, basically both sides' position feels very harmonious, because also there is a very easy way of developing the king side. So who knows, white might just castle towards the short side. The players certainly need to investigate because it's so tricky, right?
But I have some news, breaking news. This position has been played in the Freestyle Chess Paris online competition.
Wow.
Pranesh, Mamedov, Rapport have already played this position
Then they have the
before.
advantage.
Then they have the advantage.
They have the advantage. I was shocked, like, I can't believe that I can't remember if it was played in Paris, but no, this was the online
the
qualifier.
online portion, yes.
Yes, and there we go. Magnus Carlsen thinking about his first move.
Yes.
Because you have to think. You just can't rush out any moves, because how do you even figure it out what to do? What the best move is? Is the move e4, just like in classical chess, the correct way? Well, it's kind of tempting, but this rook on d8 makes it very special somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is that what we love to see, and we say this every round, but this is just for the benefit of people who have just joined. You're a tad late to the party, but better late than never. Magnus Carlsen especially spends in the region of 4 to 6 minutes on his first move. And as Peter, in my opinion, correctly says, this is absolutely the right way to go. You do not want to rush the first move. The first move is absolutely critical in freestyle, because you can make mistakes as early as move 1. You want to make sure that you have a good general feeling of where your pieces want to be placed, because again, these are completely novel positions, so you've got to have some sort of idea what you want to do, and you cannot do that in 10 seconds. You need to invest a few minutes, and that's why of all of the top boards, no move has been played. Not one move has been played so far. Look at how the grandmasters are taking their time to work out what they want to do. And I recommend anybody who plays freestyle chess to do the same. If you get a new position you've never seen, it would be a mistake to just immediately play a move. You've got to try and work out where your opponent's weaknesses are, where you don't want to commit, where you might be vulnerable. There's so much to consider. And look at this guy here,
Exactly.
Mr. Pranesh. Now, Peter, you're a big fan of this kid,
Exactly.
right? You think he's got the special sauce.
Yeah, well, if I heard that Ramesh thinks like this, yeah, so
Yeah.
he is certainly extremely talented. I heard stories, that positions that were not solved by certain very strong players were actually just given on a Skype call, dictated to Pranesh on the phone call, and blindfoldly, in a couple of minutes, he solved those positions, So I don't think that these are urban legends. If somebody tells me things like this, I believe. So he's very gifted. He's playing on the third board against Yesipenko. I have to say that I'm also extremely happy to see Yesipenko there on board 3. I still have this Vachier-Lagrave 2021 tournament in my mind, which I commentated on. Then the World Cup 2021 when Yesipenko had that epic battle against Magnus Carlsen that went all the way to tie breaks, and it was back and forth, very equal match. Finally, somehow Magnus knocking out Yesipenko, and 4 years passed. And basically, then in 2023, Yesipenko had the chance to qualify for the candidates in the Grand Swiss in Isle of Man, losing that heartbreaking game to Anish Giri at the end of the day. And then suddenly we didn't hear anything about Yesipenko for 1.5 years. So seeing him here, knowing that he's such a brilliant player who could have been there in the candidates, rightly so, it's just nice. It warms my heart.
Excellent stuff. Yes, indeed. Yesipenko, great player. And who knows? I mean, if there's a decisive result in that particular game, very good chance for one of them to be on the top board tomorrow morning. So we'll see. In the meantime, note, Magnus Carlsen, still no moves. He has spent almost 4.5 minutes. This is his standard modus operandi. For this. Now, we can see Nepomniachtchi. Now, Nepomniachtchi, my goodness me. If you missed the last round, have a look at when we were covering that game, because Jan Nepomniachtchi was in a state of disgust that he let this beautifully winning position slip away against David Antonov. One moment of carelessness and he spoiled what was a really nice game, a really nice performance. And that draw basically puts Jan a full point behind Magnus Carlsen.
No, 1.5
1.5. Sorry, I beg
he's 4.5.
He's 1.5 points behind Magnus Carlsen. I beg your pardon.
Exactly.
So he is out. Well, he certainly can't win the tournament.
Yeah, but that's actually the scary thing for the tournament, that there are so many brilliant players with 4.5 out of 6.
Right.
Yeah, let me just quickly count those players just to name, so that the players, the audience can understand what we are talking. Vincent Keimer, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So, Lenier Dominguez, Hans Niemann, David Anton, Rapport, Vachier-Lagrave, Kamsky, Yuyanji, Aryan Chopra, Sindarov, Liang Gavander, and so on. I'm not 100%. I think Jordan Van Forest and also Frederick Swan, I think they are still all on 4.5 points. And then there are players like Aronyan with 4 points. Can you imagine what a tournament this is? Crazy.
Unbelievable. That is it. Well, there's Lenier Dominguez, by the way, if you're wondering who that chap is on the screen. Lenier Dominguez, now playing for the United States, originally from Cuba. Lenier, one of the... Actually, stylistically, Peter, if I had to compare you and him, I would say not too dissimilar stylistically, right?
Well, we have been working together.
You worked together.
Yes, in 2007 already, when I prepared for the World Championship in Mexico City, for the Mexico City Championship. Then we spent 1 month together in a camp in Hungary.
You had fun?
We had tons of fun, and it was very funny that Arshak and Dominguez accompanied me to the championship. And then they were working together at night. And then at the end of the tournament, Arshak told me, well, this Lenier guy is something special. He has a very good feel for it, because Arshak was a great expert of analyzing over the board and everything. And what did Lenier told me? Well, Arshak, what an incredible analyst, old school. He can go very deep into positions. It was very nice to hear this kind of mutual respect, from completely different generations. But when you feel that there is this passion, this devotion, this feeling for nuance and everything there, then you have the respect.
That's it. And he proved it, right? Because Lenier, he never challenged for a world title, that is true. But he has become a rapid. He was a world rapid champion, or was it world blitz? He was world blitz champion.
World blitz champion, yeah.
And has been, just a solid 2720 to 2750 grandmaster for the past decade, without any fluctuations. He's just one of the hardest guys to beat. His style, stylistically, it means that it's very difficult for him to go crazy in a tournament and try and win a tournament with 9 out of 9.
Because he plays objective chess.
He plays objective chess, but he will always be there or thereabouts, grinding away. And if you give him a technical position, you're in big trouble because he can convert it better than a lot of players in the world. So it's really nice to see Lenier here. Doesn't look like he's in the running for this tournament, but he'll still, of course, make a good go of it. Now, we do have one move, Peter.
Yes,
and
I would c3.
It's the move c3. 1c3. Do you know the name of 1c3 in classical chess?
Does it have a name?
I think it does.
Really? Yeah. Then tell me.
I'm sure it
you
has
are
a
full
name.
of secrets.
I'm not full of. I mean, I'm
you know everything.
I don't know anything.
You are just
know,
hiding.
I know one knight to c3 because, well, I've done a course on that. Available on.
Yeah, your favorite move.
Available on Chessable now. One knight c3. Thanks, chess.com. I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty sure I'm allowed to. Just check in with the producer. Never mind. It's said now. No, I'm pretty sure. So one knight c3 I know, but one c3 I don't. So question to chat. What is the name of the opening one pawn to c3?
Well, I have no idea. But here
in classical chess.
But here I can reveal the secret, that we have seen. Magnus likes these f6, c6 moves when these moves are opening up the diagonal of the bishop. And he's trying to be very flexible, waiting for black to show his cards that which direction are you going, and then gonna go accordingly. So for example, let's just imagine if black plays the move e5, then is there an idea to try to play the move f4?
What?
I'm kind of asking because the bishop from b1 protects the e4 square, so actually black is unable to answer it with e5, e4, and if you take ef4, queen takes f4, we get this very unbalanced position, and you cannot move the pawn to c6 because actually your bishop is pinned. So there are all kinds of crazy things, and then you can try to develop the bishop quickly, get in a very quick short castle, and f4 looks strange at the moment, but if we can imagine e4, d4, then we are talking about improved king's gambit.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't even really conceptualize that, but yes, pawn to c3 followed by f4 if e5 makes a lot of sense. I have a feeling that Parham's not going to play e5, just so you know.
Absolutely.
How bad is the move pawn to f5 immediately for black? Just trying to control the center. I know we opened the king slightly, but...
But what is this, Lawrence? You were just saying, wow, f4, how on earth? And now you are playing f5 with black?
Yeah, but
Do I hear correctly?
No, but no, I didn't mind your suggestion of f4. But the point is that there's no tension at the moment when I go f5 here with...
Wow, we just moved to analysis and the engine was on. And the engine says after c3 the move f5 is the main line. Okay.
I promise you.
High five.
Peter will confirm. I promise you I didn't see that. I had no access to that.
Yeah, exactly. It was not there. Wow, c3 f5, I'm still kind of stunned. I would dare to play the move f4. That would be my move and computer's first move as well. f4 c6.
Yeah.
Friendliness, friendship.
Yeah.
Just extremely solid kind of stuff. But again, it goes back to this thematic that how long you can mirror, is it a good idea to mirror? That's a very big challenge to kind of understand over the board. Somehow I feel that Parham's style is not really suited for mirroring. It's not his spirit. He always likes to go his own way. And then the big question is, how do you try to play your own way if you don't want, because c6 and opening up the bishop makes so much sense.
I mean, how bad is the move d5 here, for example?
Yeah. Okay, let's make a move like d5. It makes sense. Then, of course, you have to reckon with e4. That's another kind of idea with the bishop on b1 covering. Okay. And there is some queen b5 check looming in the air as well. So I'm going to go e4.
Now that's the move I missed, because after d4, bishop e4, I wanted to play knight d6 with an important tempo, but I completely missed.
Queen b5 check.
Fly out with the... Am I in trouble here?
Yeah, you might just lose on the spot.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
because
Rook
queen
d7.
takes b7 is coming.
I can't. Normally my pieces are defended, but I can't defend all my pieces.
Yeah,
That's it.
That's it. It's game
That's
over.
the
yeah.
end of the game.
Basically, c3, d5 loses to e4. That's how it goes in freestyle chess.
My
Or
word.
you have to already settle for a very bad position. So always be
C3
careful.
d5 loses.
Loses. That's why we kind of encourage everyone to please think. You have to adjust. Small little move, you think like, okay, c3, what did it do? It's a harmless move. And then you play d5, a move in the center, and e4 you design. Kind of absolutely crazy.
No, I can't believe it's losing. Oh, it is losing.
Well, okay, you can of course react to it. You don't have to take on
you have
e4,
you
but
have to do something.
it already looks white will get the upper hand in the center. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just can't, because normally it would be like playing the Caro-Kann with c6. Yeah, but
you
I'm
can
assuming that after ed you cannot take with the pawn.
No.
Because once again this queen b5 check. Yes, now it's not as devastating as otherwise, but I'm not sure. This is all looking very strange. This rook on d7. And white, for example, knight d6, then the
lose a
pawn is
pawn.
hanging. If you do something, white will play d4. Okay, white will just get a wonderful version. And the queen on f8. Once again, white activating the queen. Even if you kick it away, I will be able to just land on e2 and support every d4, knight d3, knight e5. Overwhelming position. So be careful there. And then what should Parham do? He's already taking 8 minutes. Yeah,
Well,
that's the trick. I'm always encouraging people, but there's also there is a move e5 on the board. So we
does.
might be seeing f4. We might be seeing how crazy is the move f4. It's first line engine.
I love it.
There you go. I already kind of sensed. I learned
Yeah.
my lesson during all this commentary in the Grand Slam events. E5 f4 is a typical computer kind of reaction, very aggressive, and it simply doesn't allow black to stabilize correctly. Because okay, I just eliminate this e5 pawn, and if we eliminate then e4, d4, and we are talking about a fantastic king's gambit.
Wonderful.
It's great. And one of the things I wanted to say, the reason why I'm very unhappy with this pairing, Magnus Carlsen against Parham Magsoglu, that I would have loved to have Parham Magsoglu against Magnus Carlsen, that Parham with the white pieces, because simply it doesn't have enough experience in the openings in freestyle chess. He's an incredible fighter. We have seen it coming back against Dimitri Kollars, coming back against Mendonca in the previous round. But I don't think that he can come back against Magnus, so he should make sure not to end up in trouble. But is he in trouble already if Magnus goes f4? And I'm pretty sure that Magnus will use the chance to go f4.
Yeah, 100%.
If it was kind of already natural for me to meet it with f4, yeah, Magnus Jadoubs the pieces. This is what we like. I also like very much. I basically even can't start my game unless everything is beautifully Jadoubed. I just feel like I'm not yet ready for the game. So, but yeah, Magnus taking his time now after e5. He is certainly thinking about f4, and it was the reason why he played c3 to set this trap. Against d5, I'm going to go e4. Against e5, I'm going to go f4.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's really good. Okay, well, look, I think we should keep an eye on it, of course, but I am curious about the other boards.
Maybe bird's eye view, and then we see everything.
Absolutely.
Let's try to get the bird's eye view. That suited us perfectly.
There you go.
Wow. And the part of, wow. Pultinevicius, Mamedov, is it c3, c6, e4? That means that Mamedov is super careful after the move c3. I also see Dominguez opting for most probably c3, knight a, b6, e4 on the board. What else do we see? And Movsesian stick to his guns. He simply played the move e4, which I kind of also asked that, why not e4? It's kind of natural. And if you are wondering where is the game between Fabiano and Badoujo, f4 played. Magnus played the move. There is some technical issue which will be sorted out. Hopefully we will get access to the game, but f4 already played. So Magnus was taking his time for the first move c3, and after e5 he bleeds out the move f4.
There you go. Unbelievable. Well,
Wow, we
This is
just
all-
got some news. Do we
Yeah.
share this news or how is it?
Let's wait for the
Confirmation.
producers if they want us to share it or not. In the meantime, okay, yeah. Unfortunately, we've got a very serious technical problem with Fabi's board on board 2, and because the round has already started, fixing that problem is impossible. So what I guess we should try and do
To
is
zoom in, yeah?
exactly is just get some sort of zoom in at some point and try and commentate it. a
Yeah,
bit.
but maybe it would make sense to zoom in then now so that we see the first 2 moves, then at least we can more or less imagine where the game is going, because afterwards if
true.
it's on move 6, 7 and we don't know the logic, then we will have zero chance of yeah, there you go. Knight A, B3, the first move, and Fabi spent 9 minutes on it.
Yes.
Do we see correctly? And now Badur also spent already 9 minutes on the move Knight A, B3. We didn't miss out on any action.
That's true.
And it will be difficult to follow the game.
It will be difficult.
Yes.
It will be difficult.
If they play it so slowly. But yes, that's it. Okay, at least we know. And it's nice that we will always have a chance to look at the camera. All right, let's maybe zoom in on the Magnus game. I want to see Parham because he is new to freestyle chess. He might be shocked by the move f4, c3, e5, f4. He might have not seen it coming. And if that's, well, actually he already replied to it, e takes f4, so he did kind of expect it. That's good news. I'm kind of happy because I was really worried that he will shake his head like, oh no, what have I done? Kind of thing, but apparently he knows what he's doing. At least he pretends.
But it's really nice with the queen out. So after queen takes f4, I just want to say the possibilities are endless. For example, maybe we should switch off the engine as well.
Yes. Of course.
As we try to be purists here. For example, the move pawn to d5, right? Looks kind of logical, getting space in the center. What about bishop takes a7 here, Peter?
Wow, and then queen a4 check.
Why not?
You are razor sharp.
I'm razor sharp.
No, but there is a knight on c8. Be careful, and the bishop. Oh my God! I was shocked that how could I have missed this tactic, you know? But don't do this to my heart. I thought like I'm a total idiot, blundering that there is this possibility, but no.
That's really embarrassing.
But look at this. No, because this is freestyle chess. It's crazy. You have to kind of look for everything. Don't be embarrassed.
I've just completely missed that the knight on c8 protects a7. Pretty standard. Okay, well that doesn't work.
Yeah,
That's
but black still has the issue that black wants to open up the diagonal. Yeah, that's what Magnus has done. But this is one of the big benefits of this queen f4, that there is a tremendous spin against the bishop on b8. This is also something that you are not used to in normal chess.
But this move d5 especially would be horrible because now white could go knight a to b3, threatening bishop c5, which looks basically winning. I mean, just to put, if you play, let's say a6.
Well, but I have knight d6.
Yeah, but then
or
like
then
castle.
queen if, or yeah, also you can try to pick up the pawn or castle, and you are way ahead in development. Look at that bishop on g8.
Looks crushing for
yes, looks very promising. So the big question is, we see Magnus sitting at the board thinking that the part of queen takes f4. What else is there? Why is he taking his time? And one of the things that I kind of feel that if you are talking about damage control for black, yeah, after queen takes f4, then maybe something like trying to get queen e7, f6, bishop f7, and short castle in maybe should get priority. But at the same time, this is f6, one move, queen e7, second, bishop f7, third, and castles will already be the fourth move. It would mean that white should be able to expand in the center. But with f6, queen e7, I'm staying flexible. That somewhere I'm ready to go d5. Mm-hmm. What is your feeling about this? That can I start with queen e7? Should I start with f6 then? Is that okay? Let me put the queen on e7, just in case. Okay, the bar at least did not move. Good.
It looks quite decent.
Yeah, let's just try if white tries to get the center, right? Okay, just to illustrate. For example, e4, f6, d4. How much this center really means? And we already see the computer is not impressed by this strategy because white's king is stuck in the center. Who knows if black will be able to strike with d5, maybe d5, maybe just bishop f7. And also we feel that we are getting ready. Yeah, let me play bishop f7. That was my original plan. And then going castles, I just feel like this is not what Magnus wants. But he's about to make a move. He will capture an f4.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't capture. Maybe he's thinking about knight d3.
Knight d3 and then taking with the knight on f. But
Yeah.
but then what happens with the queen on f1? Yeah, it's a tough decision.
I would be surprised if he didn't take on f4 with the queen. I don't see another idea really. I mean, a sacrifice here feels completely unnecessary.
And he goes for it. He goes for knight
I'm
d3.
actually a bit shocked.
Well, that's certainly a surprise for Maxodlu. He was probably thinking, and look at this, he's looking aside. All right, okay, that's a surprise, but am I worried of this?
I think this is a way for Magnus to try and trick Maxudlu, because if you get really stubborn here as black and protect the pawn with g5.
No, never. Okay, g5, h4,
Well,
winning
like-
king's gambit, no?
Like a king's gambit, or bishop d4 first, f6, h4. I don't really know.
Yeah, but okay, just
Yeah,
h4
yeah.
instantly. And we have in the pocket the bishop d4
Yeah.
move. Yes, no, it's this is horrible. No, I think that after the move knight d3, black has different options now. For example, knowing that queen takes f4 was really annoying because of the spin, then it could be tempting to play the move c6, just once and for all solve this issue. It will support the move d5. And I'm trying to understand that what caused Magnus to think that this is such a good idea. So he basically after c6 wants to take on f4 and then get e4, d4 going. That's the idea. And then let's just illustrate. So for example, c6, knight takes f4. I want to play d5 if I can. Computer is not happy. Oh, you so much unhappiness after the move d5. All right, so let me play queen e7 because that's another move I would like to play. With the same idea, f6, bishop f7. And what is the very big kind of difference that I understand knight on f4 is active, but white will still have to develop the queen as well. Queen goes to f3, most probably. Wow, very interesting. To my eyes, it means that Magnus probably didn't believe that queen f4, queen e7 followed by f6 is something special for him. Yeah, I think like this, and then he thought like, wait a second, if we are anyway talking about a slow game, then strategically speaking, I so much more prefer my knight from c1 to be on f4, and then the queen on f3, and that will be more harmonious.
I think that's it. I think that's hitting the nail on the head. There he is, Parham Maxudlu. A fantastic player, just a fantastic, so entertaining to watch, and he's so good in the dynamic structures. That's where his skill is. Of course, he can play all positions, but there are games of his that I've commented on for years, and he's just such a delight to watch in these fast-paced, complex, dynamic battles.
Well, basically, we even don't have to go far. The previous game against Mendonca, that was a typical. Absolutely typical Parham Maxoli, when nobody knows what's going on. Everybody would say, no, I don't want to be white, I don't want to be black, I just want to be neutral here in this position. Parham will sign up as the first player that, no, I'm ready with both colors. It's just incredible. Also, his tremendous joy for the game of chess, just analyzing. I remember this Grand Swiss in Isle of Man 2019, the last big tournament that I played. It was a 7 hours time control. The games lasted, especially Parham and Fedoseev, they were extremely good buddies at that point. I don't know what to say, probably they are, but I haven't seen them together. The point was they went to the analyzing room and they kept on analyzing after 6 or 7 hours classical game instead of going for a dinner. Can you imagine the dedication, the fanatism?
Yeah, they just love chess. They just absolutely love this game. Brilliant to see. Okay, well, we'll come back to this one then.
Let's move on, where we can try to pick a game. For example, the Yesipenko-Pranesh game. Wow. Okay. Once again, Pranesh, and for the second time, we are getting Pranesh on our camera on the top boards when he's playing with the black pieces. You remember that game against Sindarov, when he tried to play the pause and kind of stuff with black? Again, he goes his own way. It's completely out of control. I'm a little bit confused to try to explain our audience that what is really happening. Let's just treasure it. It was f4, c6. Interesting. So after d5, probably this idea of e4 was even here a concern for black due to this queen b5 check. So he played the move c6. Now white played e4. And then black kind of opened up everything, f5, e5, and set up for g5, because it's clear that black can't tolerate this pawn chain. And the reason why Pranesh is playing the way he plays is that he undermines this pawn chain before white can play the move g3 due to bishop d5. One more time, this thematic idea of hitting the rook on h1. I do remember on chess.com when they wrote the first article on the Friday night freestyle blitz, then this bishop d5 trapping the queen on h1 was featured in the article. It happened in some of the games, and ever since, I think whoever read that article, he has memorized that, okay, always watch out for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, right at the beginning, so many ways to go here. I mean, you can possibly take, you can possibly play a move like d4, and then if gf knight d3, you can play...
let me just show what you are saying. So one of the options is d4, g takes f4, and then knight d3 or knight e2, and then try to take the pawn back.
Yeah, it doesn't impress me that much because there's a d6 move.
Yes, there will be some break with d6. Yeah. Black will try to open up the bishop. There is also a move like bishop e3, just developing the bishop. I'm not that happy that after a move like g takes f4, I'm capturing. Normally, I would love to capture back with a knight. But what I'm trying to set up is a very quick short castle. So the reason why I'm kind of tempted for this bishop e3 to try to get short castle in as quickly as possible, or kingside castle, the castle to the right side, because otherwise, normally then the bishop can be hit with knight b6, knight d5. So I'm a little bit feeling worried of that bishop, but even maybe this knight goes to d5 and the other guy, oops, bravo, I showed a lot of talent. Knight c7, knight e6. Yeah, there is also this combination of the knight tango appearing. So very interesting. Pranesh is playing quickly, just 7 minutes for such a committal decision of going c6, f5, g5, challenging Yesipenko's center. And what do we read from Yesipenko's face expression? He's kind of surprised, no? That
I think he's maybe slightly surprised. I just think he's quite locked in and into the game. I think he's just very focused, and I don't think he's happy or unhappy. I don't get a feeling that he views this move.
Exactly. I think he's curious. I think to try to find out what's happening. Is this really working? Is this a good idea, bad idea? They don't know. They don't have the evil bar. So you can even get the impression that, wait a second, I did not expect this. My opponent played it, so he believes in it. Yeah, we talked about it, that in freestyle chess especially, this not believing your opponent, or how do you deal with all these surprises, unexpected moves, is part of the big picture, because you have to keep your calm. We don't know who is right and why and when. So being cool and staying calm, making sure that finally you make your judgment according to position, not according to your opponent's body language or any kind of distraction.
Yep. Good. Let's move on to perhaps another game. Perhaps, I do like looking at that broad overview. Perhaps we can do that, Mr. Producer. Get all the boards on the screen.
Yeah, bird's eye view.
The bird's eye view, and
Wow, we already see one King's Gambit in blue baum against Sarana. E4, E5, and then with knight AB3, knight AB6, F4, EF4. What kind of King's Gambit it will be, we will find out later. It looks promising for white. Movsesyan-Keimer is a very slow affair. Nothing much has happened yet. Wow, this Mamedov, I feel like he's playing smart. I like this C6, F5. He opened up both bishops. He's probably also trying to break with E5. Maybe this is the best position, at least my feeling is like it's the best position black got so far, or that we have seen. Bishop C2 played. What else do we... Wow, Dada Nyepo, of course, Nyepo playing with lightning speed.
yeah,
Even in freestyle chess, I don't think that I can tell him enough. I can repeat it 100 times. Please, Jan, just slow down. I don't think it will work. He will say, come on, but it's working. Well, the point is that whenever it works, it's fantastic. But when something like this happened, that in the previous game against David Anton, when a masterpiece was spoiled, then we have seen how it affected Jan. But he has also got a good position.
Yeah, he's got a great position. What's interesting, just looking at that overview, is it's a kind of 50% of the games have featured knight b3 or knight d3, and 50% have featured c3. So a combination of those two ideas seems to be the...
And also a lot of e4s.
And a lot of pawns on e4. Yeah, of course.
Yes.
You know, but what Magnus has done, especially, I think, is very interesting. I'm trying to see some of the other games.
Well, I love what Hans Niemann did.
Oh, really? Okay.
He's playing some kind of an Alekhine defense. Look at, normally that knight goes from g8 to b6. Knight moves from c8 to b6. He got ready to castle long immediately, or castle to the queen side, to the left side of the board, and his bishop on g8 is alive. And if white puts a knight on b3, then that c4 square, black can make very nice use, hop in with the knight from b6 to c4, then reinforce it with knight a8 to b6. I feel that this is a very harmonious kind of position. He even plays c5.
Wow.
Wow, that's a super ambitious move. I haven't seen that one coming.
We could maybe load it up very quickly, because I know he's obviously not a top board, but he's still a fan favorite. So can we...
Yes, but before we go there, just to treasure in, Rapport's won a game. What is this? Rapport has only played with his knights. Knight AB3, knight D3, knight BC5. What on earth is happening? I'm not really getting the idea. Excuse me, F5, knight D6. Didi Ricci blundered the move knight D6, but he played knight D6, so he couldn't have blundered that move. But I'm shocked.
I don't get it.
What is this? You are supposed to start with the pawn moves to occupy some space.
What's even the threat? I mean, I don't get it. The knight, I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, Lawrence, it is your turn to choose.
My turn. Well, I would like to just have a quick look at Anton against Niemann.
Yes,
because
that's a very good pairing. David Anton just escaped from Nyepo. First, he did that brilliance in the opening. Then he got outsmarted, outclassed by Nyepo's this f4 queen f3. That was one of the most insane kind of defensive moves, because I haven't seen, we have looked at that position, and that move queen f3 did not even occur as a candidate move, that there is this possibility.
Yeah.
Has a tremendous impact on me. But okay, now we see c7, c5. Hans in a very aggressive mood. He might feel like, what am I doing? Yesterday against Aryan Chopra, I played a horrible opening. I got too passive. Now against Sergei Movsesyan, also nothing really worked. It feels like he wants to change his approach completely. And spending a lot of time, however, spending it accordingly. c5 on the board. Fire on board.
Yeah, it's very difficult to work out what's going on here.
Yes, because one would feel like after c5, the idea is that d takes c5, d takes c5, but actually it's not the idea, because the knight is hanging on b6. So after d takes c5, we are expecting the move d takes c5. And the point is that the bishop eyes the pawn on e5. So capturing on c5 doesn't look so attractive.
Really?
Or you want to, because otherwise black is also setting to push the knight away with c4.
But after knight takes c5, how you're just taking back on e5
I
immediately?
saw that I'm taking back on
Okay.
e5, yes.
I do have a move here.
You have, but if you play f4, which you would like, then I take on d1 and you lose the right to castle. That's a big problem. I think that's kind of a very important moment.
Yeah, maybe.
And the bishop is not yet opened. Yeah, and bishop f4 check is kind of a big threat, so white will have to lose a big tempo on something. Well, if you come up with a good move, just tell me, otherwise I'm skeptical.
I haven't come up with a good move since 2014.
Well, that's quite a long time.
No, yeah. Tell me about it.
Well, during the broadcast you have already came up with a couple of brilliances. The first day this knight c1 in the Arjun game, let's not forget about it. I haven't. So c5, very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just very quickly to see how did this happen. How did we get this Alekhine defense at all? e4, f5. Wow. e5, inviting e5, knight cb6. And after d4, going for the castles and then breaking with d6. For some reason, engine did not like it at this moment, but it already likes after the next move. After knight d3, d6, long castles. That was kind of a nervous move. Maybe I should have just reinforced the structure with f4. But clearly, David Anton has missed the move c5. It was so easy to miss.
Of course.
Yeah, can we just put the pawn f4 to see what computer tells? Yeah, the evil bar kind of confirms that yeah, f4 was the way. Cement, get ready for queen e2, bishop f2, and probably castle to the king side on the right side of the board. But instead, he played a very natural move, long castle, castling on the queen side to the left side, thinking like, okay, I want to have everything under control. And I believe psychologically I've all been there when we make a move with the intention that, okay, this gives us stability, nothing can happen to us, we are ready for any action. And then something happens, that drives us crazy, it can unsettle the player. c5, a pure, huge shock for David Anton.
Alrighty. So
Hans is taking over and he wants to fight. He wants to use that chance that was given to him by Sergei Movsesyan in the previous round. Because if he would have lost that game, it would have been all finito. No chances to fight for something very big, and probably we know the ambition of Hans. He's here to achieve something big. He survived, so he comes with all his energy. He wants to win this game at all costs. All right, we have seen this. Maybe bird's eye view one more time, because that really helps us. It's so nice, and then we can do justice to so many players. Yeah, we are covering then suddenly 10 boards. This is happiness. Well, Magnus, after knight d3 c6, played the move long castle.
yeah,
This is wonderful. Actually, you remember we talked about, we were fixated on the castle, short castle, kingside kind of attitude, and a move that completely, at least for me, his play was not connected with a long castle, and knight makes so much sense. He wants to take knight takes f4 and go e4, d4. What a move. And what a concept, because it's not a move, it's a concept. Then Yesipenko exactly followed your advice, kind of, okay, but there is also f takes g5 after Pranesh's provocation with g5. Bishop takes e5, because yes, normally you don't want to trade the g pawn for an e pawn, but white will get tremendous initiative. White will get a lot of tempi chasing that bishop with d4, followed by queen e2, knight d3, bishop e3, and immediately we see some nice grip, no?
yeah. You can also, this wouldn't happen unfortunately, but you could try and trick Pranesh with the move knight d3, because you attack the bishop cover b2, and then the bishop would have to go back to g7, I think, because otherwise bishop d4 actually traps the...
Yes, but I go back to g7 with quite some happiness, because if you place the knight on this, you can't play d4 anymore.
Yes.
And yeah, white plays the move c3. It's very much the same spirit that, very smart because he targets the f5 pawn for a moment. He invites, please play e6, which is a horrible move. Then black's bishop on g8 is stuck. Lovely kind of touch by Yesipenko. I think Pranesh will regret being so aggressive. Then look at the third board. At least for us, we know that actually Fabiano is playing on the second board, so this is officially the fourth.
Blue Baum?
The Blue Baum game against Saranak, the King's Gambit, the improved King's Gambit, and the computer loves it. And I think if we look at it, we love it as well. There are all kinds of e5 ideas. Is Saranak actually thinking about e5 long castles with either ed6, rook e8 check? Because if after e5 you move the knight, you basically design the b7 pawn falls. So basically after e5, he's setting up this genius idea of going long castle on the spot, trying to use that the king is on e1. But will this work? That's a very big question. But this round is crazy. Wherever we look, there is tons of action. This is not the type of slow game that we had in the previous round.
It's an action round. Okay.
Wow, and rapport game, f5, a5 against this knight on c5. So Rasmus is trying to create a luft for his bishop on a7. I think that if anyone would look at this position, one would think that the pieces were not properly placed back. Yeah, because it can't be that those were the first four moves.
Well, certainly full of action.
3 moves, pardon me. Only 3 moves.
Only 3 moves in that one, yeah.
But so many knight jumps. Crazy.
Let's quickly check out Dada Nepomniachtchi. The reason I say that is because at first glance, when I looked at this position in the overview, I thought, Dada has blundered. But it's not quite the case.
Let's take a look, because there is tons of action already in this game.
Because
what happened here? Let's just start at the very beginning. Yes, d4, e5, exactly. This d4, e5, just like d5, e4. You remember we talked about it. I think that Dada just blundered this move. He maybe rushed with the move d4, because you shouldn't be allowing. And look at d4 by immediately saying black is better. There is this queen b4 check, a horror threat with the same ideas like we have just witnessed in the previous line. And after c3, e takes d4, rook d4, we see exactly the same narrative that I mentioned about the Firuza Vincent game from Weissenhaus, that the rook is too exposed, black will gain a lot of time, a lot of tempi. So c5, rook d1, queen e7 played. Computer says that there was something better, but okay, Jan clearly felt like, okay, e4, f5, I just want to smash. I just don't want to play a game.
He doesn't.
Yes.
He's in no mood for a 80-move grind.
Exactly. Just look at how he's sitting on his chair. Basically, it tells the whole story. F4, queen e4, bishop e6. And for us, kind of, it's easy to say because we know the players, right? So it's not like we are just trying to make up something. We exactly know how these players are feeling in certain. When Jan is sitting like this, then basically he also gives the impression that I don't care, but actually he's thinking, how do I crush you as quickly as possible?
Of course.
Yes. Just very funny kind of situation. F3, queen g5. He did spend 7 minutes, but he's already 25 minutes up on the clock. Creating problems against the pawn on g2.
You have to defend it somehow.
And what was the reason why you felt like there was a blunder here?
No, because again, I'm hallucinating about double attacks. It feels like the sort of position where pieces are a bit more loose, but actually, I completely hallucinated here. Actually, I can't even say it. It's too embarrassing.
Okay.
No, I can't.
Good,
Please.
but this is freestyle chess. By the way, I mean, when have we seen anything like this? Yeah, that. It's really.
But I'm like, no, you don't understand. I'm blundering queens in my analysis.
Okay, no problem. But what I want to highlight that basically, let's be honest. If someone looks at queen takes b7, he still has to kind of look deeply to understand what is really happening. Am I winning a piece? Is there a way to save it? And then finally you realize that, yeah, there is always this knight c8 to b6 move that The knight then protects the knight on a8, the rook protects the bishop on b8. Now we are not talking about this concrete position because of course black is threatening to win the game with queen g2, but just in general that it is confusing. So please everyone forgive us if we are missing something, because that's the part of the deal, and we don't want to present ourselves like heroes, like the oracles that we turn on the engine and we can tell you everything that happens and we are much better than the players. No, the players are the real heroes. They are playing the game, they are fighting, they are challenged with all these challenges and all this craziness, playing double runs. Yeah, we are commentating, but we don't have to make such decisions. Yeah, so it's a tough job for us as well, clearly, but we don't have this crazy tension that one single mistake can cost you the game and the tournament.
And that's the beauty of commentary is, you know, you've been doing it a lot in the past few years, Peter, and you know, previously I did, and it's that tension when you're actually mid-game of making that big blunder and the emotions that come after all of it, and it's really tough. I mean, if you're a very competitive guy, it's really tough. So it's an absolute delight. It's a privilege just to be able to commentate.
Enjoy the game.
Enjoy the games. Commentate. Have a bit of banter, and actually learn. Right. So, you know, this is an instructive stream as well, not just for the freestyle aficionados, but for classical chess aficionados, because Peter is showing you guys plenty of ideas, plenty of concepts that are also applicable for classical chess. So it's you get a bit of everything.
Well, but actually, coming back to your topic, you already mentioned that, yes, that's why my wife, Sophie, also always tells me, Peter, do the commentary. Enough of playing, because she knows that how many sleepless nights we had because I was taking losses very badly. So basically, after a loss, the whole world falls apart. I have all this anger towards myself that how could I have missed? I played a good game and then in time table I missed one thing. I of course wanted to play the good move. I have seen it, but still due to the nerves you make a mistake and then you just cannot calm yourself down. And you feel like every single night like this causes you might lose a couple of years of your life because you are so nervous, you are so tensed, and that's why she felt like, okay, you have been professional enough. Let's just, and she knows that I love chess, and that's why I'm also so passionate about commentary and everything, because I love it. I'm so happy to be part of it without this crazy amount of stress that is also involved in competitions.
So here's a question for you, Peter, and I think a lot of people will be curious as well watching this from home. When was the last time you played a classical game? Well,
actually, I played for the national team now in the Olympiad for Hungary. Well, but before that, for 5 years, I did not play a part of 2 emergency games in the Bundesliga.
So you went nearly 5
years without playing a single game, yes.
Wow.
Exactly. Well, I did play the Legends tournament in the Magnus Tour in 2020, July, but okay, that's not over the board kind of tournament. And a part of this, my last big tournament was the after Grand Swiss, I played the European Club Cup for my team Padova. We managed to win also the European Club Cup. Wow. And I won a very important game in the crucial match in St. Petersburg as Alexeyenko, who was who qualified for the candidates in at the Grand Swiss. So that was a huge win. And ever since, then just the Olympiad for my country. Because then I know what I'm fighting for. I already don't feel like I want to fight for myself, but if there is a cause, then I can sign up for.
Very cool.
So F3, Queen G5.
So just to finish that, because you know people really do care and they want to. So are you going to play classical chess again? I mean, can you see yourself? Maybe not coming back and obviously playing like you used to, because it's too much now, but can you see yourself playing a tournament or two, or can you see yourself playing freestyle chess?
Well, I could, but I also know what kind of challenges it is by doing the commentary, and I'm now very happy that I'm getting the knowledge and I'm able to share what I have learned, but I still feel like there would be way too many questions appearing, and probably also if people are enjoying my commentary, then they are having more benefit me commentating than if I'm playing, and then I get into time trouble, and then you see Peter suffer there at the board,
That's
and you
right.
think like, okay, make a move, Peter, what are you doing? I have been in this situation, but asking about the other point that, yes, if the Chess Federation Hungary feels like, and the country feels that they still need me and the national team, and they are serious about it, then I'm open for playing for my country.
Okay.
So King F1 on the board, but we are moving away because it has
Yes.
been enough. Darda in a very painful situation. If you already play a move like King F1, it shows that you are very unhappy. So what about Parham and Magnus? What is happening there? Because we were kind of shocked by Magnus's concept with long castle. And once it's on the board, one has this feeling like, of course, right? That it makes so much sense that Magnus gets ready. He already evacuates his king. He wants to take back this pawn at some point and start rolling his central pawns. That's the impression we are getting, but Magnus might be fooling us, because after the move d5, which computer hates, by the way, it's the most natural move, Magnus just played the move knight b3. And computer confirmed, but please, anyone, tell us, why is this so incredibly powerful for white? Why can't I just play queen e7, do a normal kind of developing? Why is the computer going crazy here?
And I just want to point out, we will come on to that in a minute, but, and this is for me one of my favorite features of some tournaments in modern day chess, Magnus is wearing a heart monitor.
Is he, right?
He is wearing my heart monitor. Now, there, you know, for years there was a big debate about heart monitors in chess, and the argument was that if you wear a heart monitor, let's say you're playing Linares, just right, you're playing an all-play-all, you're wearing a heart monitor, it gives an unfair advantage to your future opponents because he knows in which situations you're stressed. But I think for the benefit of chess and the advancement of chess, that heart monitors should be almost an obligatory feature of all top-level tournaments, especially all-play-all tournaments. People want to see you know, especially if there's been a big moment, a big blunder, a big piece of, you know, something has happened. People want to see the acceleration, deceleration, or whatever it may be of a player's heart rate, because it adds an extra sort of component to the whole process, right? We get to see, you know, Magnus Carlsen, suddenly his heart rate from 89 to 120. What happened? What has he seen? Has he made a blunder? Has he seen an amazing resource for his opponent? What a beautiful additional kind of feature that provides, and especially for somebody in the commentary booth like yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. For example, at the Grand Slam, it is obligatory. Everybody wears it.
Yes.
And we get access to it. It's fantastic. Yeah, especially then in the tie breaks. Also, you feel like this incredible tension. A player is playing with 150 all the game. Already before the game, the players are often more stressed than after 5-10 moves, because after 5-10 moves you have already settled. But at the beginning there is this uncertainty, this excitement that will I find the right direction, not, and we see it immediately on the stress level. Yeah, it's wonderful, but Magnus actually is kind of playing spoiler because he's kind of so balanced.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He's so balanced. Yeah, there are players, for example, Caruana had reached 170 in Weissenhaus during his tiebreak with Sindarov. I remember that semi-final.
170 or
170.
170?
170, Fabiano.
That's like dangerous levels,
Well,
isn't it?
it was dangerous level. It was the semi-final, crazy tiebreak, crazy time scramble.
So Magnus' heart rate at the moment is 88, which is a good resting heart rate. I mean, I think he gets down as low as 60, 50, 60. Perhaps we can get some...
No, 50 I have never seen. I think he's between 60 and 80, 90.
Okay.
His most was like 100, 101. I haven't seen him past really 101. Magnus.
But I mean, that's amazing, right? Because
It's amazing.
that's an awesome, that's a healthy heart. And as for the stress level, you can also see it says medium. Now, we are measuring that based on other complex scientific variables, but at the moment he's not super stressed. He's not super like about to fall asleep. So he's somewhere. He's a cafe latte medium sized.
Yeah, he likes.
He's medium at the moment. His heart rate, his stress level, totally medium. So it'll be really interesting to see how that changes as the game goes on. If he starts to encounter a few bumps in the road, but for the minute, his position is of course totally intact, and so there's no real reason for him to be stressed.
Yeah, here the reason why we are so surprised that if somebody tells me that it looks promising for white, I would sign it immediately. Yeah, that I agree. But seeing the evil bar skyrocketing, like highlighting that white is clearly better, this does not add up to me, because what has black done? What kind of crime has black committed? Nothing. Black has opened up the bishop, established a nice center with c6, d5. There are no real weaknesses. The pawn on f4 will be captured sooner or later by white. Black is also ready, just in case if there is some immediate danger, to evacuate the king with the castles. Yeah, one could argue how safe this king will be in the future, but it doesn't look to be under so much stress, for example. And if there is time, clearly black probably would love to first play with queen e7, f6, bishop f7. But seeing the evil bar and seeing also that Magnus actually opted for this whole f4 operation with the intention of not recapturing on f4 with the queen, which looked quite thematic and natural and kind of promising, he opted for knight d3. That did he really kind of force his sense that this position, because he also played the move knight b3 again, something that is very deep. Yeah, that okay, instead of capturing back the pawn, you are first developing your knight. And then after knight d6, how will he continue? I'm very curious. He's about to make a move.
All right, let's see how that one works out for Magnus. Can see Fabi there in the background. Big game for Fabi as well. Now we will try and do our best to keep tabs on that one.
Wow, wait a second. Magnus looked on the side, which means that he was just, yes, what I'm seeing, what I'm thinking is correct, and he's about to make a move. We know all these gestures, every kind of this looking at the side, kind of like the Ivanchuk, typical Ivanchuk pose, yeah, that he is looking at the stars and he takes, queen takes f4. This is the moment when he takes, when it's kind of the most surprising. Everybody would have expected, if you have played knight d3, you take with the knight, but it's Magnus Carlsen, he takes with the queen. What's going on? Queen e7. What is happening?
Queen e7 is, of course, very natural.
A solid kind of move, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really totally get what Magnus is trying to do. I don't fully understand. Feels like he's mixing plans, but clearly he's not. But you're right. I mean, why shouldn't black just be totally fine here? I like your idea of queen e7. I like your idea of going f6 and parking the bishop on f7, and you know, I think you can actually think about putting the knight on b6 and castling queenside here as black as well. It makes lots of sense.
Well, but you even don't need to move then the knight on a8. You can just castle anyway.
Just castle.
And also why I feel that it's kind of very strange when white captures now with the queen on f4, exactly when the bishop is already protected by the rook, yeah? So it's not pinned anymore. In fact, black has options. Of course, I don't want to touch the knight on d6. The knight on d6 stands beautifully. That's why the move queen e7 comes to mind. I will be very curious to see how this continues, because it's not obvious at all, and I don't want to turn on engine. I really want to treasure in this moment. If it really turns out that Magnus had some very deep plan behind it and we are not seeing it, I will be the happiest person in the world, because it just shows that what a deep idea it is. And if computer is already showing, then the magic disappears. So let's
leave it off.
Exactly. Let's leave the players think. Parham is sweating a bit. He's also feeling the heat. That wait a second, this guy is doing something completely different than I'm used to. What a challenge this is on Parham. He already burned a lot of time.
Absolutely.
On the clock. So let's move on. Any bird's eye view, for example?
Yeah, let's do a bird's eye view, and
yes,
let's see here. Wow, so Mendonca. If you're talking about the concept of tension in the center, that you don't get better than that. Look at that.
Yes.
That's like a super center.
Well, actually, it's a total mirror.
It's a total mirror.
It's a total mirror.
It's a super center. Pawns,
yes.
in all of your central pawns protected by another pawn. I've never seen it, actually, I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and the big question is, will white be able to benefit, or will black just equalize? That's the big question. We see, of course, there the computer's evaluation saying that white has the chance of being better, but we know it in such symmetrical positions, you just make one natural move and you lose all the chances of fighting for an advantage. Yeah? So strangely enough, the price of a move in this position is extremely high, while one would think like, okay, nothing is happening symmetrical, let's play some bishop f2, bishop f7, castles, and take it from there on, and then maybe it turns out that there's absolutely nothing after all, and you would have had the chance if you used, for example, is now d takes c5 followed by bishop c5 tempo, and then trying to get short castle in. Is this tempo very important to try to get advantage? If we play bishop f2, then everything gets very timid. Maybe bishop f2 is the right move. I'm not saying, but simply there are all these questions that you have to ask and you have to understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, by the way, look at this Dada Nyepo. Sorry that I interrupt, but breaking news. Dada managed to trade queens. What is his problem? Was Jan rushing again?
Yes.
For sure, because
of course.
It looked so promising for him, and all of a sudden in this endgame, white has nothing to worry about, and knowing that Dada is way behind on the clock, it's also a fantastic practical situation for him.
Absolutely.
We see another queen trade
Bluebaum.
In the Bluebaum Sarana position. Well, this is horrible. This is just fantastic for white, because this bishop on g8 is stuck, bishop on b8 is stuck, and yes, you will be able to play c6 everything, but white will start d4, f4. Do we take with the knight or king? Probably with the knight to reinforce the f4 square. If king e2, then maybe some knight d5, and I don't want to get into knight takes e2, d4, f4, c4, vamos. No, this is horrible for Sarana. How could he have had such a bad opening?
He had a really long game that he had to defend.
Yes.
You know, he's clearly going to be tired, right, after round one. I mean, remember, guys, this is something that perhaps guys at home aren't fully appreciating. They're playing 2 games a day. This is unheard of. They're not playing 2 rapid games a day or playing 2 blitz games a day. They're playing 2 fully FIDE regulated classical time controls. An hour and a half for all moves plus 30 seconds. The games can last for 5 hours. Those are potential 10-hour days. I cannot tell you, if you've never played 10 hours in a day before of chess, with the stress and a high level in the intensity that this requires, it is exhausting. I mean, I'm talking about your brain at the end of a day. Yes. Sometimes, I'll be honest with you, maybe it's just me, I couldn't even have a normal conversation with somebody. My brain was so fried and consumed by the games. And actually, a lot of the time it was here in Karlsruhe when I was playing the Grenke Open, 2 games a day. By night, I was just in a daze. It's just, you're playing chess and thinking about chess the whole day. It's exhausting. So whoever does come out on top will have an enormous resilience, enormous stamina. You need stamina. And again, that's why physical fitness in chess is also so important. You cannot win this tournament if you are unfit. There's just simply no way that by round 7 you're going to keep the level of intensity in your calculation. It's simple as that. So congratulations to everybody playing this tournament, because it is hard work. All right. I think with that said, it might be actually a good moment for us to take a little breather. We are an hour and 15 minutes into the round today. The openings are starting to reveal themselves, and we've got lots of different kinds of positions at the top, which is nice. We don't have a uniform kind of setup like we have done in certain other rounds.
Wait a second, just breaking news. Roger Harshit against Arjun Erigaisi. Yeah. ChessBase India versus the superstar of India.
There you go.
This is a very special, and we know that ChessBase India is so covering the event.
Yes.
That's a very special game there.
Yes.
But it's also bad news for Arjun because it meant that he had a horrible start to the tournament.
He's not had his best tournament, that's true. All right, so with all of that said, we are going to disappear for a few minutes, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a very short while with continued coverage of this, the round 7 of the Grenke Chess Festival Freestyle Chess Open. There you can see board 1, Carlsen versus Magsudlu. What's going to happen? We'll soon find out. Don't go anywhere.
Magnus, congratulations. You just beat Daewon Liang. You keep winning. Perfect 6 out of 6. He was a bit of a surprise opponent as he just switched over from the Classical Open yesterday. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I saw that he switched, of course, and won a really good game yesterday against Darda. And, well, he's a very good player in general, so I certainly wasn't expecting an easy game. I think he played the opening way too riskily today. Like, he pushed too many pawns that became really vulnerable once I started to develop my pieces. It felt like I should have been winning practically out of the opening. I just couldn't really find it, and I was quite frustrated at some point, just burning a lot of time. I ended up with a line that won me a pawn, but gave him some reasonable drawing chances because of my pawns on the king side that can be quite weak. And I think he probably lost his nerve a little bit there because he needed to sort of defend patiently. I think he would have had reasonable chances. While with the way that he played, going for a little bit of a desperate counterattack, then I was able to wrap it up very quickly.
A couple of days ago, you were clearly very exhausted, mentioning the 2 rounds a day. The fact that you keep winning, do you feel it gives you more energy? Do you feel a bit better?
I generally feel quite good in the morning round, and then the afternoon round is so tough. But I've sort of gotten away with 2 like not very good games there. But the score is fantastic, of course. But I expect to be set some really tough tests in the last 3 rounds.
We've seen a lot of upsets actually in the tournament. A lot of surprise guests on the playing on the stage right now. Who do you think is gonna come and challenge you? Who do you think might be the most dangerous?
Yeah, it looked like Parham had a bit of an advantage now against Madonka, so although it was crazy complicated, so I'm guessing maybe one of those, even Pultinevicius maybe. But yeah, I think I'm guessing I'm getting one of those guys, and then probably like one of the really top guys with 6 out of 7 in the next one.
Do you enjoy playing guys that you haven't played in Weissenhaus Paris? Some new challenges?
Yeah, well, I enjoy winning.
You enjoy that makes sense. Well, Magnus, we're gonna let you go get some rest. There's a lot of fans waiting here by now. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats again. Good luck.
Thank you. Yeah. But you can take it.
I just take the mic. So.
And welcome back, everybody. This is round 7 of the Grenke Chess Festival Freestyle Open. Just heard, again, a really interesting few words there from the world number 1 and the leader of this tournament, Magnus Carlsen, who is in fine form so far. He's really had, I would say the past 3 rounds actually have been pretty straightforward for him. He's not been set so many problems, whereas a lot of his peers have had much more difficult games. And Magnus now, after move 7, we saw before the break queen takes f4. Parham did play the move that Peter suggested, queen e7, and now the pin, bishop to c5.
Yeah, it was the idea that I also had in mind. The big question is, however, that after b6, how is Magnus planning to continue? Is there some tactics with knight b4, b takes c5, knight takes c6? No. Is that an idea? Could this be? I'm just asking because, for example, if the bishop falls back to a3, then black probably nicely can play a move like c5, trapping, shutting out of the game all the minor pieces from white, and then white will have to sacrifice something. And clearly Magnus is trying to provoke the move b6, because then if his knight ever gets to d4, then the c6 square will be very vulnerable. But where do we put our bishop after b6? That's the big question. And you don't believe in knight d4 or knight b4, yeah? Any of this?
I just intuitively don't believe it, but there's something we're missing. There is something we are missing here, because there's no way Magnus just goes b6, bishop
Yes.
a3 is c5 and says, well,
Exactly, but also not only we are missing some things, Parham is also thinking. Magnus was thinking 15 minutes for bishop c5, so all these positions are extremely complex and difficult. Let me just one time ask this question with knight
Okay.
b4 to the computer, that is
Okay.
this completely insane? No, because this is the move that kind of, in my mind, justifies the bishop c5 move.
I don't even get it.
Well, that's why it is so special, because
if
they
I
also
go-
need so much time.
If I go, oh wow.
Yeah, not so easy.
Okay, so let's say I take the bishop.
Yes, you take the bishop, knight takes c6, and
now
then where do you go?
I thought queen f6.
Well, but queen f6, I can just trade everything, take on d8, take
Yeah.
on c5, and
And you
I'm
think
probably,
it's just
I'm
good.
better, yes.
Yeah.
So if you play queen f6 just to illustrate, then I don't know, maybe I can even give a check on
That's
e3.
what I
but
was thinking.
yeah, but for example, let's just
Yeah.
assume I'm playing the most simple and primitive way, takes. I have two pawns, I have a lovely structure, the bishop on g8
Oh
is
my
dead.
goodness, yeah,
Yes, it's not on g6, yeah, and I have a very clear-cut way of going, look, f1. So
Yeah.
basically it means that after bishop c5, b6, knight b4, b takes c5, knight c6, it's very difficult to find the square. Queen e6 might run into knight takes c5, and then we understand. You remember we were in the dark that why Magnus thinks like, okay, knight d3 and he's not taking with the knight on f4, he plays knight b3 first. It was clear that he is following some big agenda, but here we are getting the answer. Probably this is the direction he's looking at.
It's such a strange concept.
Construction.
Yeah, it's really.
For example, if you just make a move like queen c7 or
Yeah,
something,
let's
you're
say.
just trying
Yeah.
to get clarity. I felt like, first of all, there's always this check, this intermezzo check, when you have to kind of lose the right to castle.
And then d5 hangs.
And then, yes, I can take on d8, I can then take on d5, then c5 is hanging, and I might be taking a lot. Is this the move? Queen e5 check, king f8, for example, knight takes d8, queen takes d8, and maybe queen takes d5, because a8 knight is also hanging.
Of course.
So knight has to move, and then we pick up another pawn, and there is a pin, and we are winning. All this boom, boom, boom. And look at
Amazing.
Magnus is back at the board. He's very happy. He was very pleased when he got up from his board, making the move bishop c5. It was clear like, my friend, figure it out, work it out. I have something very special for you.
I mean, it's an amazing concept. Bishop c5, b6, knight b4. When he first played that, I thought the idea was after b6 he was going to go bishop a3, and after c5 sacrifice on c5.
Yeah, but then there is no threat.
There's no threat,
Yeah, you
yeah.
just sacrifice, and I say, okay, thank you very much. It's a desperate sacrifice. But I would say that bishop c5 itself and b6, knight b4 is already just the, how do they call it, the top on the cherry, or?
cherry on the cake.
Yeah, cherry on the cake. Because for me, the real whole concept actually started already with knight d3. Magnus, it's not like bishop c5 comes out of the blue. He came up with knight d3, c6, he played long castle, d5, and then he played the move knight b3, which basically opened up the possibility of this incredible beauty. Yeah? And what he's doing, this is completely insane. Bishop c5, and after b6, knight b4 seems to work.
Unbelievable. Okay, well, look, what we should do, I love this. We're going to go back to a bird's eye view and have a look at the top boards in this lovely graphic that we've got. There you go, 10 of the top 10 boards with one exception. And let's just have a little skate around these boards, Peter.
Well, look at this. What catches my eyes, Movsesian against Keimer. He plays e4, e5. What is this? Can't I just take f takes e5 and the bishop on f2 is hanging? Computer is saying, screaming -2. Look at that bishop on b1 that has not yet moved and has no perspective. What is But the point is that if he missed rook e8 because of this bishop on b8, knight takes e4 was a threat, and there was no defense. He couldn't play rook e1.
Yeah.
So the
He's
mistake
blundered,
came earlier. Yes.
You know, and let me tell you, there's a big difference here between, you know, we saw Movsi, he had a wonderful position against Niemann. It's all well and good blowing a winning position, but saving a losing one against Vincent, forget about it. I mean, you after f takes e5, this game is for all intents and purposes.
Well, and you highlighted this at the start of the broadcast, that basically how much time do you need to recover after missing such a golden opportunity, because that was a risk-free kind of opportunity. There was no tension, no pressure, and you can miscalculate something. No, it was just his own fault not winning that game, and now he pays the real price. But the same applies to Pultinavicius. Look at this. He's apparently clearly worse, and looking at the position, we see that the light squares, this is a horror scenario, strategically speaking, for Pultinavicius, playing that ultra-marathon game against Sarana. Sarana himself is in trouble against Bluebaum.
Let's have a look at them in a bit more, because it's actually very, very interesting, fascinating. If you remember the other rounds when we've had this bird's eye view, we might have had one game that's like White's clearly better. Look at what we're seeing here. From Carlsen all the way across, every single position is basically winning one way or another. And even at the bottom, you can see that Niemann is doing well. So why are there suddenly all of these winning positions? People are tired.
Yes.
They're exhausted. They're playing 2 games a day. It's round 7. It's the evening game, and you're going to start seeing mistake after mistake after mistake. And we can already see here, Pranish in big trouble, Sarana in big trouble, Kama just completely winning with black, and Pulse-Vinicius. I don't think I've ever seen a worse position with white, strategically speaking.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You know, even Nepomniachtchi's got a great position. So why don't we delve in? I mean, look, we have to go to Yesipenko. Because Yesipenko against Pranish is absolutely wild.
Yeah, crazy.
Let's have a look.
D4, D5, yeah, I'm bringing up the game. D4, D5 on the board. I told you, if Andrei Yesipenko starts to play according to his standards that we know from him, then forget about his rating. We know that all this situation, it's not easy, but now he's able to play a very big tournament on the big stage. It's like the Grand Swiss, the last Grand Swiss, he almost qualified. He had a +5 score prior to the last game. And now with the D4, D5 intermediate move, let's just treasure this in. Well, because it was so interesting, let's see from this point. We won't be analyzing, we will just be describing, yes, C3 attacking the F5 pawn. We already felt that it's very nice. Knight on D6, horrible piece, but there was very tough kind of choice how to protect that F5 pawn. There was no good way. Knight D3, bishop C4, okay, trying to trick something. Queen F3, bishop G7, knight F4. The pawn on A7 is hanging. I don't think that this is so important. I don't like black wasting a tempo on this. Knight C2, E5, knight goes to H5, of course. Long castle, knight E3, bishop E6. Probably black relied on the fact that in this position I'm threatening to play F4, dislocating that knight on E3. That's the whole strategy based on. And then suddenly, Yesipenko plays D4, F4, and goes D4, D5, the hidden intermezzo, and look at Pranish. He is very angry, very upset. He's trying to calm himself down. He definitely has completely missed that.
Yeah, he has absolutely missed this idea, and how losing is it? So, first and foremost, taking on D5 looks just like horrible. So a move like
just knight D5 taking back, and thank you very much. Everything is perfect.
Yeah. So what happens after F takes E3?
Yeah, then we just trade the queens and take on E6.
So queen
and
takes
destroy
F8.
the whole pawn structure.
Probably have to take with the bishop.
Bishop,
right?
and then D takes E6. This is a horror show.
Wow.
White has the pair of bishops. The knight on A8 is dead. It resigns territory. So wait a second. After D5, Does black have a move at all? Actually, that's the question to continue the game. It might not even be the case. D5. I a little bit feel that maybe Pranesh is not used to the spotlight, because whenever he's on the stage, he's kind of suffering, and whenever we don't see him, he's just winning. And I know this because you have to get used to this attention, the lights, being there on the stage, feeling comfortable with Magnus Carlsen, with all the other top guys. Maybe it might also be just an accident. I just wanted to highlight that there is this kind of thematic. I do remember the old days of the PCA days when in the 90s there were all these lovely rapid tournaments in London, New York, Paris, and Moscow.
Of course I do.
4 locations. And there was always a qualification tournament. I played all the qualification tournaments. I never made it. I was very close, like 4 or 5 times, sharing qualification spot, but on tiebreak never getting in. And I noticed that players who played brilliantly in the qualification, they were not used to the stage. Then big audience, one match, the moderator, the announcer announcing, you are playing against Garry Kasparov, the best player in the world, 800 spectators in the hall, fully packed, the lights are on Garry, big applause, everything, and Garry comes and crushes in 10, 15 moves or 20. And if that game would be played in an open tournament, then the player might lose, but he would play completely differently according to his abilities. I was like 14, 15 years old at that time. And I understood that, wow, psychology and all this environment, that what you are used to, where do you feel comfortable, plays such a big role.
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does.
And people who are at home only looking, for example, following with engine, and that's why I also love that you highlighted that it's double rounds. It's the 7th round of the Grenke Chess Festival. The players are super exhausted. And then at home somebody sits, looks at the engine and says, come on, how did you not play this? It was -2. Why you didn't do that? you just cannot. You might even not know your name in this situation, and with all the stress and everything.
Yeah, it's just so tough. And this position here, Pranesh is starting to realize this is bad news. Everything looks bad. That line looks bad. C takes d5, knight takes d5 looks horrific. Yeah, he's not having fun at all.
Yeah, it's horrible. Basically, we have to move on.
Yep.
Because it's just too painful even to look at him, that he realizes the consequences of what has happened. Very quickly, just the Moses Yangi against Vincent, that did we miss something, or is everything according to plan that f takes e5 is played? And what is Mofsi doing? He's also behind on the clock. He doesn't... Wow, what happened here? So queen takes f4. I again feel like Vincent lured him like he lured Alireza. Long castle. Seemingly white is the one that controlling the center, but it's very tricky. Bishop c5, a logical kind of move, b6. The bishop falls back to f2.
What is
and
this?
All of a sudden, it's losing because of rook e8. You are overextended. There is this deadly pin on the queen on f4. Knight takes e4 is a threat. You can't protect the pawn.
But what is bishop c5, bishop f2?
Well, you provoke the weakness, I'm going to come back, I will regroup, yeah, kind of thing. And, well, in normal chess, you are not surprised by things, but here you have to watch out for, and look at, yeah, poor Sergei is in a state of shock. e5, f takes e5. Now, he can't trade the queens and take on e5 because the hanging bishop on f2. And if he moves with the queen, then there is also e5, e4, hitting the knight and the bishop on f2. How do you continue the game?
This is an absolute... this is...
a total disaster.
This is a... This is a complete... I mean, how... he's shaking his... He's like, how have I just done that, actually?
How is it possible
How is it
at all?
even possible? I could have played anything and been on the board, and now I've just lost a pawn through 2 random moves, and it's not just any pawn, it's a big central pawn, and he might... You know, it's the sort of... By the way, it's the sort of mistake where you just completely lose the plot. You might just go on full tilt here. To be resilient here, very, very difficult.
Yeah, very difficult. And just imagine that he was in a completely, he plays the move Queen A4. It's the only move to try to create some threat. He will sacrifice a piece, but look at this. He's kind of laughing at his own idiotic.
I can't believe it.
How could this happen?
He's literally laughing. He's like, he can't believe what he's played.
Unbelievable. Yeah, poor Sergei. And he played such a brilliant game against Niemann. He was on the verge of winning. Then he would have been 5 out of 6. Yeah, completely different scenario. And all of a sudden,
unbelievable.
He needs to try to bluff Vincent, but Vincent has 52 minutes on the clock. It's very difficult to imagine that there can be any bluff. All right, we move on.
Yep.
But this is kind of insane. What about Magnus? That did Parham make a move after Bishop C5? No.
Yes.
No, he did. He just made a move. Knight B6. Okay, so he played Knight B6, Knight D4, and G6. But this is horrible.
What is Knight B6?
Well, that B6 Knight before, he kind of understood that. That's it. And Magnus' stress level is growing because he's looking for a knockout punch. Yeah, that's the point. It's not nervousness because I don't know what's going on. It's nervousness because, all right, wait a second. It's excitement that it cannot be that this holds for black. The bishop stays on C5. Yeah, there is this tremendous spin. The bishop on G8 is kind of boxed in. But, of course, Magnus will have to watch out for any timely knight if at the moment it still does not work because of bishop takes E7 and the hanging rook on D8. But we have seen in the Vincent's game that suddenly this kind of configuration can be very tricky. That's why Magnus also needs this pin on the queen.
Wow. Yeah, tough position here for. But Magnus also. I mean, let's also be kind of give Parham some kudos here because, well, if he were able to get the king safe,
exactly.
And castles long is a move, right? He can.
Yes.
He's still able to castle long. Is it really that bad for him? Because he's very solid. I'm not convinced that this is that bad for black.
Yes, no, it's absolutely. If there is no knockout punch, and we have already kind of laughed twice on Parham's position. Do you remember this horrible start against Dimitri Kollars?
Yeah.
After second move, he was clearly worse with white. Then this previous game against Mendonca, it looked also like white had this monster knight on f5. He had horrible structure. And then he finds a way. Yeah, this is incredible. And that's why Parham is kind of a very special player because he always finds resources. He might also get comfort out of it that, wait a second, I have had so much more worse positions that I also saved and I got out of it. Yeah, and this also, the players know that if suddenly he gets back, then he's ready to win. Yeah, so it's not only saving the game. And he's always going for positions where he's worse, but actually in long terms he has potential. There's always some tension in his games, so he's never just passively defending some bad position.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so Magnus taking his time.
Wait a second. In the the mob C position apparently has gone from bad to worse. I mean, we're now seeing bishop takes b3 minus 3.5.
Well, after queen a4, yeah, so Vincent just took the knight and then he's going for e4 to avoid any kinds of knight c5 business.
Right.
Just for a very, very quick, if you already talk about it, just to update.
Yeah, he's taking on e4 on b3 and going e4.
Yes, he took on b3 exactly. Yeah, took on b3 because if black plays the move e4, trying to win the bishop, then who knows? Maybe some knight bc5 or knight dc5, followed by queen a6 check or queen a6 check first, because king d8 runs into bishop h4 check. Yeah, all kinds of this. So Vincent just made sure, okay, I eliminate this this knight with bishop takes b3, and then I'm gonna go e4, and there won't be any tricks.
That's it.
And then after queen a6 check, he has knight b7. I think this is it. That's the key move, that after queen a6, he does not move the king, but goes knight b7. And then there are no tricks, and the knight can always come back to c7, kick that queen away, and the piece is gone, and the king on c8 stays extremely safe. Wow.
That's just kind of it,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's it. Basically, okay, it's 10 moves, and it's a total disaster, and Movsi cannot believe. State of shock.
Wow, that went downhill really quickly. I mean, that game went downhill fast. Okay, we move on.
Maybe bird's eye view one more time?
Yeah, why not? Sure.
Because also we have seen that Nyepo is now again back on track. Yeah, actually Nyepo is just winning. He was able to sacrifice the exchange, destroying Darda's pawn structure. And look at this, despite the fact that the black knight never moved from a8, all the other pieces are doing an incredible job. White's pawn structure is just damaged. It's hopelessly lost. I perfectly agree with computer's assessment, minus 2.2. Yeah, in Magnus's game, nothing happened. Pranesh also in a state of shock after d5. There is no good move. Bluebaum puts the pressure, but at least it's an endgame compared to all the other bad positions. This is still some hope. Yeah, Movsi, we have seen he's losing a piece and the game. Mamedov
Totally winning.
is winning, crushing through. He's not only strategically better, but he's also setting up some terrific attack.
Let's go
against-
there because, I mean, we haven't really seen Ralph. We haven't focused.
Yeah, he won today in the morning, I think,
Yeah.
against Gokar Khan, a very big fight, and now he wins against Putinavicius. I think we can call it a win because this is a monster bishop and all the tactical possibilities.
I think he's on board.
Yeah, board 6.
Board 6, yeah.
Yeah, and look at this. He's enjoying. He's looking around. He knows exactly that. Wait a second. I'm not only having a strategically winning position, but I'm also creating threats against White's king with all these pieces. How do we crush?
Well, I've got a few ideas, but what about the move rook to d6?
Wow.
Just a classic rook lift.
Bringing the rook to g6 or to
Yeah.
h6, setting up also knight takes h2 sacrifice, yeah?
All kinds of stuff. I mean,
Looks good enough.
why not, right? As
Very powerful.
my good friend Julian Hodgson used to say, Lawrence, when you're attacking, bring all your boys to the party.
Exactly.
Don't leave anybody
He
at
also
home.
wrote a wonderful book in the middle of 90s, I think, about Attack with Julian Hodgson.
Fantastic
I
book.
have both. He also dedicated it.
Yes.
We were very close with Julian, playing a lot of tournaments together, doing a lot of analysis together in the
Yes.
postmortems. Wonderful person, and yes, he loves the attack. And one of my games is included where I got crushed by Joël Lothier, Ubeda 97. It was all really such a brilliant masterpiece. I don't feel that I have ever been beaten so badly than in that game, and I tried to be too smart in some shoveling and not to play a6. And I got some knight db5, a4, very special. Check this game out. It's in the book. Overwhelming. Joël Lothier actually played also the tournament of his life. He crushed the tournament with +6 or something. It was very special. Yeah, so rook ff1, rook d6, following in Julian's footsteps. So if I play h3, try to kick the knight away,
Wow.
then
I don't move the knight. Well, at least I don't move it.
Then you play rook
negatively.
g6?
Yeah.
That's it, yeah?
Why not?
Why not? Correct. hg, just to illustrate.
Take it back. Rook f2, I guess, or something.
Yes, I have to.
And now we just need to play with a bit of
Well, you have the queen h5, rook h4, and you are
queen
checkmating
h5.
then there.
That's it.
That's it, finito. And rook h4 and rook h1 checkmate is coming. Look at this bishop, and this is the reason why we are talking about this, that it's those three pieces doing absolutely nothing. The structure, the pawn on c6, this harbor pawn on d4, the outpost for black. And we also know that Ralph, a very dangerous, aggressive player. Yeah, he likes tricks. He likes to attack. He's clearly double, triple checking because he knows that. Wait a second, I have some crazy ideas.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, so Ralph completely winning. Which is, you know.
Well, it will move him to 6 out of 7.
Yeah, he suddenly.
Or is he?
No,
where
maybe.
is he? Well, I'm losing already my mind.
I think it will.
He
Wait,
could
did he
easily
s-
be. I think he could be.
Did he sneak into that?
Yeah,
group?
5 out of 6. We get confirmation.
Yes.
Exactly. So he will move to 6 out of 7.
I mean, this is
and there we
huge.
have the standings. Exactly. So at the moment, it seems like Rauf Mamedov, who stands on 5 points, has all the chances to win. Yesipenko has all the chances because he has this overwhelming position after d4, d5 against Pranesh. The game between Fabiano, Karan and Jubava, unfortunately, don't have access to due to technical issues. We don't know what's the state. And Putinevicius with 5 points in a hopeless position here against Mamedov and Bluebaum. Also, Bluebaum having a chance to win against Sarana, but we know that Sarana is very resourceful. He's a brilliant defender. It's an end game. Yes, clear advantage, but he might save it.
So at the moment, the way things, well, I mean, can I also just comment that the way this tournament has gone we're talking about Magnus, apart from the fact that he's on 6 out of 6. If he wins today, remember, he's playing the guy on 5.5. So he's going to be at least a whole point. Well, a whole point.
Yeah, but actually there's also a completely different angle. Let's forget about Magnus, because Magnus is already qualified to Las Vegas. Basically, it means that every other player who is in the top 20 or top 30 at the moment has a real chance to win the tournament, because Magnus runs away with it, and in fact, all the other players should be rooting for Magnus, keep on winning his games, so that they can open up the way for the others. It's incredible.
Well, they wouldn't win the tournament. Magnus would still come first.
Yes, but they get the ticket. They won the
Vegas.
ticket to Vegas, and second place is also 40,000.
Well, of course. I mean,
it's not bad, no?
Well, of course.
A ticket to Vegas, 40,000, chances for everything, a trip of your lifetime, fighting for 200,000 with all this incredible show.
You're going to be commentating in
I
Vegas.
will be there with Judith, of course, and Nicholas.
Fantastic.
Yes, it's amazing. Yeah, looking forward to it. All the tournament is also brilliantly organized. Yeah, of course, the players have best playing conditions. Yeah, and there we see 60,000 first prize. If Magnus wins now against Maxodlu, he will be a heavy favorite. But we also see that players like maybe Fabiano Caruana, Yesipenko, Mamedov will be 6 out of 7. If somebody thought it only needs one wrong moment. Yeah, you just make one bad judgment, and it can cost you a game. So nothing is given, but actually the players don't have to care about Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, they have their own agenda to get behind Magnus and then get all the chances to fight for something very big in Las Vegas.
Tremendous stuff. I can't wait to watch the tournament in Las Vegas. I mean, are you able to reveal?
I don't think that I can't reveal. At least I'm not authorized to reveal. It's. I believe that also the last day, probably Jan-Henrik Büttner will come to Karlsruhe, and then probably he will make an announcement, or Sebastian Siebrecht, the organizer. In any case, it will be a spectacle, absolute spectacle in Vegas. So what about the other games? We see that Mamedov is in a fantastic situation. He will play a knockout. Yeah, and there we have the bird's eye view. Vincent collected the piece, so he is also after this win very much in the mix if he wins. Look at this Bluebaum Sarana game. Yeah, that the computer says it's plus 1 point something. We know that it's better, but it's still very far from a win.
I think Sarana's going to hold personally that position. I feel like, yes, I understand what the computer's saying. Yes, White's got the space advantage. Yes, the bishops aren't exactly great for Black. But I feel as though Sarana's he's a resourceful guy. I feel like he's not going to lose that position. What I do think is the position of Sergei Movsesian is, well, I'm just lost for words. it's just so ugly. It's quite incredible. He's a piece down.
Yeah, he's a piece down. That's the biggest problem. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the problem.
Apart from it being horrific to look at.
And okay, actually Rauf did not even sacrifice anything. He heads with the knight to f5, sets up rook d6, rook g6, the Magnus kind of spirit, attacking without sacrificing. It also looks very good. By the way, talk about Magnus, he opted for the move knight dc to e5,
Yeah.
which means that he doesn't want to give black breathing time. He's relying on this knight takes c6 tactics. Even if you castle, there is knight takes c6 because the rook stays on d8.
Yeah.
It feels like what stays in Vegas here as well. Yeah, the rook is on d8, you castle or not, you have the same problems, same issues. Wow, yeah, Magnus is, what a concept. What a concept this is. These are not just moves, and it would be beautiful also to aesthetically highlight. Let me just highlight this dark square strategy. And also, let's not forget about the b to d2 pawns, because this gives the fundament for everything that Magnus sets up. The bishop already from b1 is in the game. It was opened up with c3. And look at this, and he's trying to sacrifice on c6. Parham made a move. He goes f6, inviting knight c6. All right, you want to take on c6, take it. I can't do anything about it. What is going on? f6 on the board.
Well, I think Magnus, out of principle, has to take on c6, right?
And wait a second. Carlsen, heart rate 105, stress level low. Why is it low exactly? This is confusing, no? Because 105 for Magnus means that he feels the tension. He feels the tension, and you talked about that this is the second game of the day. I think Magnus also talked in the interview that after Paris, he doesn't feel very fit. He is completely exhausted. Well, we don't get this impression from his games because he's winning and crushing his games, but probably he feels it.
Well, yeah, he probably doesn't feel, so his heart rate is slightly high because he's calculating, but he doesn't actually feel stressed because he's got such a good position. That's what we can gather.
But wait a second, does this heart rate monitor understand chess and understand that, wait a second, actually Magnus is happy?
I don't know. I don't know the details of the instruments being used.
Well, we are getting information, that's why we are silent. So what does it? Heart rate monitor measures more than heart rate, combines all the data, uses scientific models to estimate stress. Wow. Okay, super deep stuff.
Yeah.
Super deep stuff. Does Magnus know about this? Yeah, that it's not only his heart rate, but everything that is going on inside his body is on our screen. We are revealing big secrets.
We certainly are, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, one thing is for sure, Magnus enjoys at the moment the possession, but we are not writing Parham out of this because we know that he can fight and he loves to fight. Now let's try to understand what happens after knight c6. Because it's the thematic kind of move, knight c6, b takes c6, knight takes c6. Where does black puts the queen? That's the very first question.
That is a question. There are other moves here as well. Oh no, there aren't.
The rook on d8 is hanging. Bishop takes e8, bishop, and then also bishop f6. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Just to highlight that if knight e4 tries to create some mess, then after bishop takes e7, bishop takes f4, we can pick up the rook. The knight protects, and if somebody attacks that knight, then we simply take on f6, and we collect the other rook as well. That looks. First we have to eliminate that knight with the bishop on e4, and Magnus is about to capture on c6, and thinks like, wait a second, okay, Parham has something in mind, but I don't see it, I don't buy it, let me go along my plan. Because he cannot back down, yeah, it's impossible to play another move than capture on c6.
Yeah, no, of course. You have to take on c6. Because
bishop takes g6 is another sacrifice, but that doesn't feel in the spirit. Yeah, but it doesn't feel in the spirit. Yeah, I'm not believing in that move so much. But yeah, one has to mention that there is bishop g6, h take g6, knight take g6, but then black moves out of the pin, for example, with queen h7 or queen g7, so that I keep an eye on f6, and knight h8, queen takes h8, I would feel like we are kind of covering things. Yeah, I somehow believe more in hitting the c6 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
What is your kind of feeling?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree with you. I think taking on c6 feels more correct.
This is the direction. Clock situation, yeah, Magnus is more than 20 minutes up on the clock. So Parham on move 9 is down to 26 minutes. Yeah, this is a very special kind of moment. That's why I feel that this 90 minutes time control is so essential for freestyle chess, because it gives the players the chance to think, and even here we see that that the 90 minutes very often are not enough. If on move 9 you only have 25 minutes, it means that how difficult the game was. We are having some statistics. Knight b6, longest thing by Max Odlu. Yeah, knight e5, bishop c5. Well, there wasn't an extraordinary long thing, but in every single move, both players were burning a lot of time. Well, look at this. Now suddenly Darda is fighting back, if we can trust the computer's evaluation. This is a very wild affair. Mamedov isn't completely winning already anymore, but okay, we can imagine that definitely he will be clearly better and pushing. He missed the golden opportunity to finish it off nicely, but we are focused on the Magnus Carlsen game, and let me bring it back again, because knight c6, I really believe in this move, and we also see from the evaluation point of view that computer believes in it as well. Where does this queen go? Because after g6, f6 now, so the f6 square is kind of weakened, so the queen is overloaded, has to guard the rook, has to keep an eye on the d6 knight, and has to guard the f6 pawn. Is queen c6 then? But queen e6, I take on b8. That was the other point, problem, that knight take on b8, and the d6 knight is hanging. And also knight a6 can jump out with a fork issue. So where is this queen hiding? If not for this g6, I would put it on c7. Yeah, but like this, maybe I anyway have to put it on c7, but I'm really worried. F6. Queen f6, queen c6.
Okay.
Don't forget, I can castle after queen takes h8. I castle and say goodbye.
Ooh.
And I'm in the game.
You're very in the game.
I'm very much in the game. So clearly, Parham is hoping for something. Objectively, it should be very good for white, and Magnus takes. Obviously, he takes on c6. Yeah, knight e5 takes c6 on the board. Computer confirms, but the line continues. The line continues, and now we will see how Parham will continue to fight. Actually, it's a very interesting line. After b takes c6, knight takes c6, queen c7. If you don't take on f6, you take on b8, for example, then I can take on c5. I guess. And for example, okay, queen takes f6. I have knight f7. If I need to care about the rook, I have knight f7. Actually. And the knight is kind of trapped. You play knight a6 and I have queen e7. And this is already unclear.
Totally unclear.
Yeah, so very interesting. I don't want to ask Engine because we will be seeing this line anyway, and Magnus will show us the point, and then we will be so much more happy that, aha, that was the brilliancy. That was the final touch. He did spend 20 minutes or something like this. Quite a lot. No, okay, 7 minutes, but also before he already spent 9 minutes. So yeah, this is all part of the big plan that he had foreseen. What is the
Incredible
move? So
stuff.
b takes c6, knight takes c6, queen c7. All right, so what are the options? What are the options? Because we sacrifice the piece, we have to have a good follow-up. And what is the big follow-up?
Not clear.
Not so clear. Not so clear. The queen f6 looked like, wow, maybe actually queen takes f6, queen takes c6, and then move the bishop back and say that because you are pinned, I will be able to take on h8 later. But anyway, black will have the castles.
Yeah.
And yes, white might be better, but it's not a knockout punch.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not a knockout punch. So, very interesting.
Okay. Let's move on.
Bird's eye view.
Let's get the bird's eye view.
Bird's eye view. Yeah, this is very nice because we can jump back at any moment to this game. Yeah, Mamedov is still better, but at least white has chance to fight. This bishop on d5, knight f5, queen h5 is of course a very dangerous construction. Queen g4, knight h4 hanging there, but we know that it could have been much worse. So that's it. Sarana fighting. He's worse but fighting. Yesipenko crushing.
completely
Because
crushed.
look at this. He finally did not sacrifice his 2 pawns up at least. I don't want to count because it just feels that it's more than enough, and has the pair of bishops, has the better king. White can steal castle. Both ways actually has the luxury. This is a total knockout. Vincent, of course, is winning with the piece up. What else? Jan Nepomniachtchi against Darda. Still looking like a good composition, but this is now much worse than it was. There are chances for white to survive. Vasily Mendonca. Strategical grind. Tiny bit better for white. Yeah, there is this isolated pawn on e5, but black also has some activity. If the light squared bishops are three, the knight lands on c4, there's some pressure on the b2 pawn, e5, e4 hang in the air. I'm a strategist, I always hate to have an isolated pawn like this, but here it feels that there are some dynamic ideas. And Dominguez, Christopher Yo, well, this is a very solid kind of stuff, but white is somewhat better maybe thanks to this knight on c5. Whenever you play b6, you have to count on knight a6. And after bishop a7, you are still not kicking that knight away. Okay, what about Hans Niemann against David Anton? Giharo, Hans was very energetic, very aggressive. But finally, at least, it seems to me like white lost a pawn, but somehow stabilized the position. I think that the position looks better than it looked before when black was just coming with all this rage. Because it really felt like it's a rage, no? From Niemann.
Absolutely it did.
And what about Rapport? Swane, that was this very special night dance. We still see rook on d1, king e1, queen f1, rook h1 haven't moved the same actually.
Jürgen,
applies for black.
congratulations. You just won your round 5 game against Georgios Salaitis to
We are
move
seeing
2-4
Fiona
out of
and
5.
Jordan for a
How
moment.
are you feeling
there are
so
many
far about-
interviews. Yeah, and Sergei Movsesyan resigns. He cannot
congratulations.
believe Vincent is super happy. Thank you very much, Sergei. A very nice present, Easter present for Vincent. But we know why it happened. And probably Movsi tells him that after this Hans Niemann game, I was unable to focus.
It would be great to get somebody in here, Vincent or anybody.
Would be lovely, but it's double runs. We
Sure, people
perfectly understand if
yes.
Vincent feels like, okay, thank you very much. Now I can lay down for an extra 2 hours. I can go for a walk. I can have dinner, for example, maybe outside. No, not just some delivery business that normally I think players are having when they are under stress with double runs. Yeah, it's absolutely normal. And we see Vincent is setting up the classical position. Yeah,
Yeah.
Magnus is the one who sets up always the starting position. Yeah, finally, after these 2 very hard-fought games yesterday against Rasmus, Vincent was very disappointed not being able to grind out the victory. Also against Aryan Chopra, he had that marathon game that finished in a draw. this is exactly what he needed and what the German fans needed so that they can cheer for Vincent on the last day. There is still all to play for.
Well, Vincent can still win the tournament.
Can still win or fight for second place behind Magnus. Yeah,
Well,
it's
well, look, let's say Magnus wins today. We don't know, but let's say he wins. Vincent is primed to play Magnus with the white pieces.
no, he's 5.5.
He
He's
is.
5.5. He's seated
Right.
on the stage because he finally got a
You're
VIP
right.
status. And why he got the VIP status? Because prior to the tournament, he didn't get the VIP status. It was simply that basically the attention, the fans' attention towards Vincent is so incredibly huge that actually he really got affected by playing. Whenever he ran to the bus room, 20 people were chasing him for autograph, wanting to talk to him while he is not even allowed to talk to them. Yeah, so
Right.
he also was complaining to me, and I know that he's a very polite person. That sorry, but I don't have the right to answer them. And then they are holding him on the T-shirt and so on. This is kind of crazy. And that's why the organizers finally decide that, yes, wow, actually, okay, if there is so much attention and we did not want to give Vincent the advantage, but we also don't want him to be in disadvantage. Yeah?
Of course, yeah.
This is kind of the reaction that I think the players perfectly understood. They have seen the situation. And that's how Vincent got his fixed table now on the stage. After this win, he's automatically there anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very nice kind of reaction from the organizers. So what did we get here? We are actually having this, and Magnus came up with Queen E3 check. Wow, we have to rush in there because we talked about this. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, knight takes c6, queen c7 position, the critical position. And it wasn't obvious how to continue, and Magnus comes up with a surprise. Queen to e3 check. There won't be any more castle surprises from Black's perspective, right? That's the main idea.
He just wants to... But actually, it's not easy. It's not clear how to block this.
Well, okay, you have to move with the king.
Yeah, because if you go knight e4, I can just
You take
take
it.
it.
You just take it, yeah?
Or,
Well, I don't think even you need anything else. Just take it.
yeah, just take it.
Just take it. Bishop takes e4 and... Okay, d takes e4, queen takes
King
e4 check.
d7.
King d7. Well, maybe actually this is not so bad for Black because it's not about the pawn on d5. Finally, Black's bishop from g8 might come to life.
No, what I really meant was after knight takes d8, you have queen takes c5.
Yes, exactly.
That's the key point. And
That's
now
a tricky business.
your knight has to go to b7.
You still have b7, but this is not what Magnus is looking
No.
for. No, definitely not. So after the move queen e3, Parham is taking his time, he's thinking, because it might be a very important decision. Yeah, giving up the pawn and trading a light square bishop and opening up his own light square bishop. That will be the key. Let's just compare. If Black plays the move king d7 here, then how would the game continue?
Well, I think...
There is no obvious killer.
No. I mean, intuitively taking on d8 feels... I mean, we've sacrificed so much material, but I'm really worried about that move. Like, knight takes d8.
Yeah, I'm not having good vibes
No,
for
I
this
have...
move.
Like, even these intermezzos with knight c4.
Yeah, but computer says that, yeah, you can take, but these are the moves that are so difficult to calculate over the board. Yeah, Black has tons of possibilities. Black can jump with the knight from b6, the knight from d6 to c4, then the bishop on c5 will be loose. Black can always capture back on d8. Why is this so bad at all? It's not obvious. Not obvious. And okay, but for the moment, yeah, after queen e3 check.
I think he's going to go king d7 here because king f8 feels wrong.
Yeah, king f8 running into all kinds of ideas against the f6
Yeah,
pawn.
I think you just have to go king d7 here. You just have to go king d7. I don't think it's... My
Well,
intuition.
knight e4 or king d7. It's
No,
so
knight e4 I
difficult.
don't like somehow.
You don't like,
No.
yeah? Not, you are not impressed by opening up the bishop.
No, I am. I get it. No, maybe you're right.
I don't know. I
Maybe
don't
you're
know
right.
if I'm right or not. I even don't know if I like knight e4, king d7. I just feel that it's so incredibly difficult.
It's a really hard position.
Extremely difficult. Also, we see that Magnus was planning to play knight takes c6, but then he also slowed down because he probably had to convince himself that, aha, I have this queen e3 check. We covered the other moves. They were not so clear at all. Not so clear at all. Yasipenko gets up. Did the game finish already or not? Well, definitely the game is about to finish. He's very happy. Look at, he's also exhausted. Clear, everybody needs a good sleep. But if you play at 10 o'clock in the morning, it means that around 8 o'clock, 8:20, you have to get up.
Well, tomorrow is 10 o'clock start again, right?
Yeah, every day.
So the
10
prize,
o'clock and 4
the
o'clock.
prize giving will be tomorrow evening.
Yeah, there we have it.
Right.
One more time, yeah, just the confirmation. Everything stays the same, and I think that this is very important because we should highlight that the biorhythm of the players is finally also adjusting. Yeah, no matter how cruel and brutal the format is, somehow your body gets used to it. If suddenly you move it in any direction,
It's tough.
it will be so much more difficult. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Central European time, and it will be the last day. 2 more runs to go, but it's still so far away because we have crazy action here. Parham down to 15 minutes on move 12.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely
crazy.
insane stuff.
Well, look, while Parham's in the tank, I think this is actually the last. I think we should take our final break for today because when we come back, they'll be right in the heart of it. Sort of 5-minute break, and then we'll be able to see this game through, as well as all the other games.
Yeah, but let's make a very short one.
A very short break.
To be back in 5 minutes.
Exactly. We'll be back in 5 minutes tops when we'll see the resumption of this game. Is Parham going to be able to survive this onslaught? Are we going to finally see some resistance against this? Who is this guy?
Exactly,
this
that's the question.
Force of nature.
And king d7
We
played.
do have a move, king d7.
Yeah, king d7. The move that you kind of advocated that
Yes.
you believe more than knight e4.
Yes.
And you said your intuition. Well, I wanted to tell you that I have no intuition here at all because this is such a unique position.
It's so unusual, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I mean the dark squared bishop is on c5 and white has not moved the pawns b2 and d2. How did this bishop from c1 got out? Well, it was a freestyle chess game, so the bishop was not on c1, but that's why the whole intuition is completely. And knight takes d8, they are going along the lines, queen takes d8, that we felt like, yes, this is kind of logical, but where does it lead? That's the big question.
He didn't spend a moment. Oh no, sorry, c5 isn't on pre now. I beg your pardon. That's the point. Yeah, and queen takes d8. Yeah, I think Magnus will now go for a little think actually. So we will take that pause, but certainly many interesting games remaining. Not just this one. We'll see how they all conclude in just a few minutes.
Hans, congratulations. You just won your round 4 game to move to 3.5 out of 4. How satisfied are you with your play and the results? So
Yeah, this game was so bad. At some point, I felt like everything was symmetrical, and then usually I thought the position was really hard to understand. I thought like, it's like symmetrical and I'm up a tempo, but he played really well. Maybe I was too optimistic by playing b4, opening up my king, and then at some point it got bad, and then he made a mistake, and then I swindled per usual, and then yeah, the rook endgame. After after I played knight takes c5 and I got rook, then it's sort of my style. I can just play boring technical chess, so it's easier, and he's a very attacking player. So it was not surprising that he just collapsed. But it's a very tiring tournament.
Magnus talked earlier about he actually asked last night if he could take a bye today. That's how tired.
Yeah, no, I asked for first round bye, but thankfully that wasn't needed. I think it's normal for buys. Some people sort of have strategic buys. I think Parham and Reykjavik, he took a buy in round 3, he won the tournament. So maybe, I think for morning rounds, if you can sort of time it well, it's smart, because the morning I can't play.
As an American player, though, you should have more experience maybe than most, playing 2 rounds a day. Do you think that experience helps?
Yeah, well, those sort of my matches, like against the world matches, were also 2 games a day. So, and I played 3 of those back to back. So I certainly have experience playing well, quite tired. But I don't know, waking up at 10 a.m. is the main issue.
You talked about swindling in this game. Do you think swindling is easier in freestyle chess?
Yeah, definitely, because people definitely, since it's weird, like all the positional dynamics, because I don't know, people, like in this moment, the fact that I could sort of sacrifice this pawn, but then it doesn't really matter. And there was one moment where I played queen a3, that if he plays like d takes c4, I could play knight a4, back to c3, and then have this like blockade. And then, so there's potential for a lot of unique dynamics that you usually never see.
In general, you've played a bunch of freestyle chess, mostly online, I guess?
Yeah.
How does it feel to be playing it over the board and in a long time control?
Yeah, no, the castling is quite an issue. You know, that at one moment he played bishop takes g1, and I thought, why can't I play king takes g1, rook to f1? So I had to ask the arbiter. He's like, no, you can't capture. That would be quite interesting. And then I had to ask, like, I want to be sure, which piece should I touch? So I asked, okay, should I touch the rook or because in one game, you know, there was the king on c8, rook on a8, and okay, I touched it was king on b, wait, no. Anyways,
you're unsure which?
Yeah, I wasn't sure, so I asked, okay, king is a logical thing, piece to touch. But then it's kind of weird how you do, can you use 2 hands?
I think so.
It's a bit of a weird...
people like try to...
I don't want to, like do it so I just sort of did a weird, I have to practice
Actually, your story reminds me when I was young, and at the first time I was 11, I had to do en passant, and I was panicked that I was going to get it wrong. Do you get that little panic?
Yeah, no, even queening as well, but with queening, no one really will say anything. But also, I was playing a blitz game, and I castled with the rook, and my opponent looked at me like, what is wrong with you? And he didn't claim it, and I did this in like a normal game, but I was a bit too chill, and there's like it was against Fedosay, the video went a bit viral, but anyways. So hopefully, I don't think anyone would claim it, right? But only because if I had to move a rook, I'd lose the game. I made absolutely sure.
Well, it's great to see even the top players. I mean, even at the technical meetings, I remember Magnus was asking, hey, can we go through the castling rules again? So it's great.
Yeah, no, I should have came early because I didn't realize there's 0 tolerance.
Yeah.
So I almost was a bit, you know, I assumed that it was going to start late. It was already very late. So and then 0 tolerance gave me a bit of a heart attack. So.
How is it for you to be playing here in the huge playing hall with so many other players, you know, the best in the world, down to kids, complete, so many fans? What's it?
Yeah, I think it's very nice, but I think the zoning, I really want to get to the stage, so there's not as much noise. But it's kind of rare to see all these players sitting in normal tables, you know. You usually see them behind a rope, so I think for the fans, it's a great experience, and I think that I have to sign more autographs and take more pictures in this tournament than any other tournament the entire year. So I guess it's good for the masses. And
do you appreciate the support?
No, it's great. You know, I have a rule that kids I won't say no to. Adults, if it's like inconvenient, I'll say no. So that's my only rule. Kids,
you heard it here.
Yeah.
You want to get it?
Yeah, because you feel too bad. You feel too bad. But other than that, yeah, I think that in this tournament they should have like just sessions where they can do it all at once. Because like when I'm going to the game and
and you're late. Late.
No, but even during the game they come up to me and I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't speak to you. Like with their phone. If this happened, imagine you're playing a serious classical tournament and someone in the playing hall comes with your phone. Like, what am I supposed to do? So I sort of told them, please,
afterwards,
like, don't talk to me. I was a bit, even like touching. But I'm sure new players, I'm sure they'll learn the proper etiquette.
Let's talk about something else. You've been spotted here with Vladimir Kramnik. Can you reveal what he does? Is he your coach during the tournament, or what's his position?
Yeah, it's hard to have a coach, really. There's not really opening preparation. Obviously, you could, if someone has enough freestyle games, you could look at their games and draw some conclusions about their opening preferences or
So in theory, you actually still can prepare, but only I guess for the morning round where you have time. So, for example, when I was preparing for like this freestyle qualifier, I would look at their games and see, because some players are obsessed with pushing the A and H pawns, and some players, there's actually some sort of psychological preferences that you could glean from their games, but mainly just moral support, I guess, mainly, yeah.
Well, Hans, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. Congrats on a great start. Maybe this afternoon we'll see you on the stage finally.
Yeah, hopefully.
Good luck.
Thanks, yeah.
Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 7 of the Grenke Chess Festival, and we're at a critical moment in the round where most of the top boards are still in play, but there's one board in particular, the board that you can see at the moment. Magnus Carlsen playing white against Parham Magsudlu, the top board, and a critical game for the tournament because Parham is the only player within half a point of Magnus. And, well, if Parham loses today, that means that Magnus will be a full point clear of the field at least. You know, there are situations where he's a point and a half clear of the field, which would then effectively be the end of the tournament. So we'll see. But the position, look, I know I can see that the bar says it's good for white, but is it really the end of the world for black? It feels like a bit more tricky than the machine is making it out to be. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, first of all, let's make a count. Yeah, so white has a rook and 2 pawns against 2 pieces. Normally this leads to a very unbalanced kind of situation. Yeah, there is a certain element in place that white has a safer king than blacks. There is a weakness on f6 which Magnus is lined up against, and also that white has this lovely d4 square for the bishop, and potentially also kicking this knight away from c4. But white has to watch out because we know exactly Parham now. So with the move knight dc4, he's setting up, first of all, kicking the queen away from e3, but trying to go bishop e5, which will beautifully protect on f6, and he is not giving up on some knight a4 kind of ideas against the b2 pawn.
Well, again, you know, just to show you, that it's funny because the queen doesn't actually have that many squares to go to. But let's say it goes to f3.
Yes, let me put it there.
Does the move knight takes b2 exist here straight away?
Well, one has to reckon with it because king takes b2, knight a4 check.
Correct.
Is clearly good for black. Bishop takes b6 can be met by queen b6,
correct,
protecting the knight. And then what exactly is white doing? It's a question. I don't know if a counter strike like bishop f5 is a move or not, but it's not clear. Bishop e6, king e6, queen f5, king f7. It's not the end of the board.
No.
Just to highlight. So maybe black even has time to pick up the rook. I don't know, it's a very complex position. We don't have time to go into all the details, but it highlights that how crazy and complex this position is. And did Magnus make a move? I don't think that he's at the board after the move knight dc4. Yeah, he will come back, and I want to see his body language because it's a fascinating game, and I'm not ruling out a comeback by Magsudlu. This is his kind of territory. If you don't kill him completely, of course, Magnus has the quality to kill him and then not to give him chance to come back to the game. But if he gets a chance, then this game can get completely out of control.
Knight dc4. I never know when with Magnus if he expected a move or didn't.
Yeah, he's calculating. Clearly, he's tensed. He's excited. He's nervous. He said that he's not sure that he has enough power to play 2 games a day. Well, if he doesn't, then who does? Yeah, it's a question. But of course, he's highlighting that he's coming from Paris, and that was a very grueling 8 days of non-stop action on the very highest level. And the same applies to many of the players: Vincent, Arjun, Nepo, Fabi, and so on. It's a tough rapport as well. Okay, maybe he didn't have so much action there on the last days, but yeah, it was very tough tournament. So knight dc4. Honestly, I'm very curious. I'm very curious to see how Magnus will navigate, because will he maybe put the queen on f2 exactly for this reason that, okay, let's just not calculate any kind of nonsense, because then the queen protects the bishop on c5. But on the other hand, queen on f2 is less active than on f3, because the f3 queen also was eyeing the d5 pawn, yeah? So everything, let me just try to put it there on.
And now I've got a brilliant move. It's brilliant.
Again, brilliancy.
It's a brilliancy.
Wow.
No, it's not really.
No?
No, it might be. Bishop f4.
Bishop f4. You are trying to provoke something.
Well, no, well, firstly, if I provoke e3, sometimes your connection is bad, but the actual idea of this move is to play queen b8. And I want to...
So, for example, if I fall into your trap, I play g3, then you punish me.
I'm not sure if I can go queen, but this is what it probably almost certainly doesn't work.
Yeah, because once again, this queen on f2 makes such a great job protecting the bishop, and I will be able to simply play b3.
Yeah, I don't think
if you play this queen b8 knight.
It's a bit too exotic.
It's
a bit too exotic. Okay, let's take it back. It doesn't work.
Yes, so queen f2 is a very natural kind of move, also very Magnus-ish, just keeping everything under control. Also the d4 square, yeah, for example, if black plays the move bishop e5, then bishop d4, but b3 already kicking the knight away. I think that's the key issue, that this b2 pawn, that it can still move up to b3, kick that knight away, and then if black has to fall back with the knight, then he loses all the dynamics. And the knight on b6 will also controlled by that little pawn.
So hold on, what about bishop e5?
Yeah, bishop e5, b3.
And queen b8 again. I'm going to die on this hill.
Yeah, it's understandable, but bishop f5, let me target you as well.
Yeah, you're just not going to touch those pawns on the queen side.
I will never take your knight. Yeah. Never.
Never take my knight.
I will just keep this pawn on b3.
Yeah.
To make sure that the b file is kind of closed. Nothing can happen, and I start tickling your king as well.
I like it.
Yes, so, but Magnus doing the professional thing, he's up on the clock. Why should he rush? And he certainly knows that just one bad move or one inaccuracy, all it takes that Parham suddenly gets the coordination and it will get out of control.
Let's have a look at the other games.
Yes, bird's eye view.
Bird's eye view.
Our favorite bird's eye view.
Okay. What have we got here? Yesipenko completely winning. He's not even material down, and he's got 1,000 pins. Pranish putting up some decent resistance, but it must be still basically losing.
White's last move was the aesthetically pleasing castle. Short castle, and yes, the pin on the d file and on the c5 e7 diagonal is kind of deadly. What about blue bomb? Blue bomb entered with rook takes h7, but okay, we might be seeing all these rook takes d3s if there is no mating net, and I don't see it. Any rook endgame, it's better for white, because black's king is cut on the back rank, and if white is able to pick up the b7 pawn and go rook c7, rook takes c6, I think all white needs is a c5 pawn. I can lose basically the a2, b3, g3 pawns in the meantime, and then king e3, king d4 is coming. It can be a very tricky construction.
Okay.
All right. What about Mamedov? Well, Mamedov is playing the systematic game. He's just enjoying himself to the maximum. Beautiful pieces, but he should not forget to win the game. Because sometimes it happens, I have such lovely pieces, they win by themselves, I'm improving the position and so on, and then you enjoy so much that suddenly something goes wrong and the game ends in a draw, and that will be a total disaster, just like for Movsesian. We have seen it. What an impact it can have. What else do we have? Anton Gihara against Niemann, out of control.
Yeah,
the game is out of control.
Totally out of control. What I did notice is that Lenia Dominguez is in big trouble against Christopher Yu, because I think Christopher Yu can
go c4
and and win 2 pieces for a rook. And
Wow, but the point was, I think that the last move was bishop f2 to h4, that the stunner was c6, c5 the move before. After queen takes d5, bishop f7 traps the queen.
oh wow,
That's an insane move which was missed by Lanier.
maybe we should put that on.
We should, because
Yeah.
this is unbelievable. This is beautiful stuff. Christopher Yo is such a talent, such an incredible player. Where is this game? Yeah, here. And here we see that the moment when things escalated, we had this position more or less on our boards. We were thinking like white is super solid, nothing really can happen. And look at this, what happened. Bishop a7, queen c2. Lenny was trying to come up with a clever idea, and Christopher, you had foreseen this. So once again, just like Magnus Carlsen, he has foreseen and set a brilliant trap. Bishop g6, queen f5, luring Lenny into it, and Lenny does not sense the danger. And then b6, knight d3, c5, a stunning move. Seemingly impossible because the d5 pawn is hanging, and also you are locking out your bishop. But the justification is that queen takes d5 check simply is met by bishop f7, trapping that queen in the center of the board. What a construction it is. And if we are not taking the pawn with the queen, we take with the pawn, then c5, c4 wins the piece. And we have nowhere to go. We simply have nowhere to go because black is actually threatening just to crush through with c4. And Lanier is probably giving up some material. He's trying to muddy the waters with bishop h4, but we are thinking that after the move c4, for example, bishop takes d8, rook takes d8, this should be a technical win for Christopher.
Yeah, looks bad for Lenier. Looks bad for Lenier. Okay, so good chances for now. Now that would put Christopher probably on 5.5.
Yes, 5.5 out of 7. And we see one more time how important it was for Christopher to save that game against Andrei Yesipenko.
Okay.
Incredibly important. All right, so bird's eye view again, because like this then we are not missing out on any action. By the way, it seems like Mamedov is crushing through. Can we get the bird's eye view up one more time? Because it's looking like there is something big going on.
Well, we're just going straight to the Mamedov game. We will try and change the camera in a minute. Here we go. Mamedov against Paulius.
Yeah, Paulius Pultinavicius. It's queen g4. Actually, nothing happened. The computer tricked us. Nothing really changed after queen g4. This we have seen in the bird's eye view previously. Maybe the position, the computer was stuck on some other position, but it's lovely. Yeah, look at this power against white's king. The light squares, the weakness on g2. Also now black gets access to the f4 pawn. Then suddenly the f5 would open up. Yeah, white starts jumping with his knight. Was this a move? Knight c7 behind enemy lines? Have you ever seen a move like this? I have never seen a knight like this, to be honest, behind pawn on c6. And without being pieces on the queen side, attacking. Just trying to sneak in from behind. The idea is that after queen takes f4, there is knight e6, kind of forking the queen and the rook.
One for our viewers. Why is Peter Lecco wrong after what he just said? Ladies and gentlemen.
Wow! High five. Yes.
One for our viewers.
But then it's over.
Hold on a second.
What is it?
Maybe we can do a little giveaway or a little prize or something. I don't know. Maybe the first person to comment in chat on why queen takes f4, knight e6 will figure something out.
Yes.
Some nice little gift. Why? What has Peter missed? Why? What? How would he go white in a game of blitz against me?
No, I would not land in this position. That's the trick, yeah. But of course, after queen f4, white is planning to play rook f2. But then why was this knight c7? Then knight c5 would have been more. Oh, he doesn't want the bishop back to d5. Yeah, but this is beautiful. Yeah. So what is in store for us after queen takes f4, knight e6, chat?
We'll give them 30 seconds to get in their answers. I'm sure they're frantically typing.
Should we put it on the board? I mean, the queen f4, knight e6 move.
Ah, they are, yeah.
Ah, yes.
Sorry, the chat is also not... Yeah, that's a shame. We can't make it work because of the delay.
Yeah.
What a shame.
It's pity. But yeah, this is the position. Yeah,
Yeah.
queen takes f4, knight e6, and black to move. There is something special. Can you spot it? Please find it. You will be so happy.
Yeah. All right, we'll show them now.
Yeah.
Queen F1
Exactly. Stunner.
check.
King takes f1, knight to g3, a discovered double check. That's why the rook is not hanging, because the knight also delivers the check. What a beauty. And no matter where the king tries to run king e1 or king g1, it's met by rook f1 checkmate. Let me put it on board.
Beautiful.
Amazing stuff.
Beautiful.
Stunner. And you spot it in an eye of a second.
Couple
A
of seconds.
Blink
Yeah.
of a second, yeah, immediately. And by the time you already called it out, wait a second, I already knew, oh my God, oh my God.
Now, that won't happen, unfortunately, because after queen takes f4, as Peter said, probably rook f2 is the idea.
Yes, rook f2 is the idea. And the point is that
Yeah.
black cannot fall back with the queen to g5 because of knight e6. And after queen g4,
No.
white will try to... What will white try to do? h3 or... But the h3, queen d1 check is also kind of crazy. Rook f1.
Do we-
Again,
We
the same story, but
nearly-
now I can run to
Yeah.
d2 probably. Okay, it's
Yeah.
such a horrible... But I just can't look at it from my perspective. This game ended like 50 moves ago. Yeah, I have given up in my soul that it has to be 0-1 because of all the strategical trumps in black's position. But yeah, Rauf has to win the game, and Pultavicius is hoping for a miracle. Somewhere, something, if my opponent misses, he's up on the clock. He has some chances due to the clock situation. By the way, we see results. Frederick Swane beat Boev. I think if Frederick was on 4.5,
That
then
might be Rasmus, you know.
no, that is Frederick.
Oh, that's Frederick, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Rasmus is playing against Rapport.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes, that is the game. So this is one of those pairings that your other players on 4.5 who are playing against Niepo, they are playing against MVL, they are playing against Rapport, Vincent, and so on. They are thinking, why am I not getting that pairing? Yeah, this is very important. Arjun Agassi has beaten Raja Harshit. And no surprise there. It's just the way how it should be. I think that's how Chess Bizinda feels about it. Yeah, that's why we are covering Arjun in all the super tournaments, because he's the one with 2800. Okay, right now maybe 2780, but he was 2800 a couple of months ago. So, let's go back to the Max Odlu game. I really believe that, okay, Rauf will take his time, but the big action, the very important
Hold on.
game.
Breaking news.
Wow.
Breaking news. You can see at your screen. Now, we try not to take this at face value because sometimes the machine needs to recalibrate. But has Magnus Carlsen made a mistake for the first time in ages? And according to Stockfish, he has actually made a mistake.
Wow. So Queen F2 was played.
Yes.
The move that we discussed. Knight A4, ignoring the threat on the F6 pawn.
Yes.
And putting pressure on the B2 pawn. Yeah, this is Max Odlu. And Magnus just ignored the threat of knight takes B2 and opted for attacking the king on D7 with bishop F5, a very stylish move. The computer hates it, but why exactly? What did Magnus miss? Because certainly he's kind of inviting the capture on B2. He doesn't mind that. But is he right? Max Odlu down to 7 minutes on the clock. Down to 7 minutes.
I just don't know.
Already stress level medium from Carlsen.
Yeah.
He's feeling the heat.
I wonder. I wonder.
High level, stress high level. Wow.
Wow.
Is Magnus realizing what he has just done? And he has 31 minutes on the clock. There was absolutely no reason to rush.
But what has he done? Because we haven't worked it out. Hold on, Parham's going to... Bishop somewhere, it looks like.
Yeah, he plays bishop f4. Your kind of idea. Bishop f4 on the board.
Okay. So let's try and work this out. So after g3... Sorry, after you take on e6, I mean.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, now of course, yeah, bishop e6, king e6 is kind of thematic. That's what we are assuming. That's probably also what Parham assumes, and the engine, the evil bar says, forget about it. But if you can't take bishop takes e6, that's a horror scenario for Magnus.
But
then he
what-
has to correct himself. How can he correct himself? What
But
on
why
earth
can't
is
he
happening?
take it? I don't understand.
Where can't I take?
Why can't bishop... What's wrong with bishop takes e6?
Yeah, bishop e6, king e6.
And g3?
Well, but wait a second. There are all kinds of crazy things happening here.
Are there?
Well, should be. Well, there's also this. I wanted to say your queen b8, queen
Yeah.
b8, b3, knight takes c3. Is that a move? There is also this kind of motive, but now you
G
can
takes
just take on
F4,
f4. Yeah, that does not work for the moment. But wait a second. Yeah, what's in store for us here? Some spectacular move because it's based on this pin. Can I take on c3 immediately? Wait a second. Can I take on c3? No. Again, you just take gf.
Yeah, I just ignore it.
You just take gf. Wow, but okay, this is extremely wild.
But you know, Parham should be very happy about
course.
getting... You know, he's never going to beat Magnus in a slow maneuvering battle. He has to beat him in a mess. And have you seen more of a mess than this? Is just
This is pure chaos.
pure chaos. Nothing. There's no rhyme or reason to this position. It is just...
Well, first of all, according to computer, bishop takes c6 is not a good move. Please tell me another move. That's the first question. Is queen d4 a move? Is that a move?
Queen d4?
Is queen d4 a move?
That's a stunner.
Is that a
That's
move?
a
Let
stunning
me
move.
put it on the board.
That's a stunning move.
But no, not approved. But it just shows that what a crazy position is that we are even talking about a move like this. Without the bishop takes f5, queen takes d5 check.
I know. No, I
And
don't.
who knows what happens?
Maybe king c6, or is that too wild?
Well, king c6, bishop takes c6.
Yeah, bishop e5, or knight takes c5.
Knight takes c5, but then I feel that
Well, rook f4, knight e6.
yes, look f4 knight.
I know
No,
that-
then look f6. No,
Yes.
no, look f4, just gf.
GF, yes, okay.
Just gf, and it keeps on staying completely wild.
But here, black is kind of
Black is in the mix.
in the mix here, yeah.
This is completely crazy, and we won't be turning on engines. No, because then boom, boom, it's so obvious. We are no idiots. Of course, we are also very, very exhausted already. The position is completely out of control. We are talking, we are not fully concentrated, and probably you can't play this position unless you are 100% concentrated. Even Magnus, playing there the game, apparently made a mistake with bishop f5. Bishop f4. Look at this. Yeah, Magnus is trying to figure it out.
Yeah, you can feel he's a bit, for the first time, he's not as relaxed as before. He understands he has to work very hard here to make this position work.
Well, I think that he just realized that bishop f4, bishop takes e6, king e6. Wait a second, there is something what I have missed earlier. He just probably felt like if I take bishop e6, king e6, the position will play itself, and it is scary because there are all kinds of pins. We couldn't find the knockout blow after g3, but one has the feeling, yeah, there are so many different pins and tricks.
Oh my God, I found it. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Wow.
It's amazing. It's
Then share with
knight
us.
A takes b2,
Yes.
gf4, knight d... No,
You wanted knight d3 check and then
queen b8, but I
Yeah,
forgot the
but-
knight's hanging.
Yeah, and also bishop b4. There are so many things. No, it's unbelievable because it
That's
feels
the
like
tiredness.
that there is something going on. Actually, what about if we just move the bishop back to e5? Is that a possibility? And look at this, Magnus is not feeling comfortable. No, definitely not. He knows that actually 6.5 minutes for Parham are very tricky, because if something goes wrong, it's more than enough time for him to find, and he's also thinking for such a long time. I just don't like, I hate this, testing moves that, okay, let me try something and maybe I will get lucky. Yeah, all this fishing business is not my style, so let's try to find...
By the way, we haven't spoken about, many people probably asking, what about Caruana?
Yes,
Jabava?
but do we have something about this, any news?
We don't have access to the board, that's why we've not focused on it, but it looks as though, I mean, let me just do a quick...
it's a strategical battle.
Slightly better for white.
Could easily be, yeah. Also the clock situation, 12 minutes for Badur, 20... I think you are right.
Yeah, slightly better for white.
We can't really get into the details. We see that it's a symmetrical type of position, but Fabi has c4, d4 pawns against c5, d6, so white has some initiative. Definitely white has some initiative.
Okay.
By the way, Dominguez, there's a turnaround. Dominguez is back in the game after that seemingly knockout punch by Christopher.
Yeah, the players are starting to make more mistakes now. It's totally natural.
No, that's the start of the game. Forget about that angle, yes. This is the position. This is the game.
Okay.
Just to get the atmosphere, right? The tension.
Yeah.
It's not just double runs, but you can't make a single move by your hand, no matter how good chess player you are, how much knowledge you have. Basically, here everyone has zero. And you have to start from the very beginning. You can only rely on your skills, but sometimes your skills are also asking many questions. What happens after this? What happens after that?
Yep, absolutely. Well, okay, so...
Yeah, but we have to go back to the Magnus game, because that is like... maybe we can get the bird's eye view. That would be kind of a compromise.
Yeah.
Then we keep an eye, and we see that Magnus is still thinking after bishop f4. Probably he realized that, wait a second, the plan bishop takes c6 is... there is something, and he's finding or searching for alternative. Fascinating stuff. What else? Yesipenko is just crushing through. It's a knockout. We have seen Bluebaum. It's 4 versus 4, and we know that rook endgames are supposed to be always drawn, but it feels like it's very risky for black. The good news is, however, after rook takes a5, king e7, if you get the king to d6, you will have lovely compensation. So it's not so easy to stop that. That's a question. Mamedov actually captured on f4, and he was setting up that beautiful trick with queen f1 check. But of course, white played the move rook f2, so the battle continues.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Carlsen has made a huge error.
Really? Why don't we... queen d4, our move.
Yeah,
the move that we talked about. Why is it bad? We weren't sure why it is bad.
Queen d4 is a blunder. Why? Parham's going to play quickly.
Parham has foreseen the... Look at his body language. He's he has expected the move of queen. And look at this. He's saying like, yes, this is what I have calculated. What I have signed up for.
Yes. This is what the tournament needed, irrespective of whether you're a Carlsen fan or not. And I'm the biggest out there, trust me. This is what we want, the drama.
He will play king c6. Your move on the board, king c6 played, the human move. We had this analysis. We talked about this. King c6 is the natural move. And if Magnus starts to think, which I doubt because he might just blitz out the moves, then we can turn on the engine just to highlight maybe that, aha, those were the misses. And believe me, those misses probably were completely unhuman. Otherwise, the players would have saw it, we would have found it. but we are still in the dark. King c6 on the board, played by Max Sodlu. A very natural move. We talked about it. I'm trying to get the update. Yes, finally the position updates itself. King c6 on the board. We're talking about bishop takes c6, knight takes c5, rook takes f4, just g takes f4, and things are completely out of control.
And by the way, if you go bishop takes e6, knight takes c5, and you just want to move the bishop away, let's say you put the
Then bishop e5 comes, no?
well, bishop e5 or queen b6 or
yes,
you know, or some queen a5 looks.
yeah, something. Okay, this is you can't. Well, there is queen f6 check, which can be still met by bishop d6. There is crazy amount of pressure if b3, knight b3, or queen a whatever. But this feels like checkmate.
It feels like checkmate.
You can also include first bishop e5, kick that queen away, and then you can do all the attack for free. No, this is impossible. So after king c6, we will be seeing the action, but very quickly, just after bishop f4, to see what was the computer saying, that what could have been the move. G3 giving up the f5 bishop just like this. It's kind of, it was the move we kind of discussed.
But you allow knight a takes b2.
It's insane.
No, it's insane.
It's completely out of control, and we talked about that why bishop takes e6 followed by g3 is a mistake, because this is so natural. And just the simple knight takes c5, it's so easy to miss because we are looking at checkmate, but there is no checkmate. And after queen takes c5, simply the move queen c7 is a great endgame for black, forcing the queen trade, takes, and there is immediate clarity. Wonderful grip, weaknesses on the king side. So this is probably what, to Magnus's horror, he realized that it was not about mate. And yeah, Pranash is laughing that, okay, excuse me, I just blundered horribly. I played this g5 idea, and I was never able to really prove that it was a clever one. So what happened after bishop f4? Yeah, g3, but okay, g3 is from another planet. Magnus played the human move queen d4, and according to the computer,
king c6 is a mistake.
He could have played knight takes c5, falling into queen takes d5 check. Well, knight d6, queen takes c5, knight takes f5. Wait a second, these are three pieces, not 3 pawns, 3 pieces for a rook.
No,
but there is e3 move, but it's clear that black is better. But okay, if all these players are missing it, it means that, especially knowing that it's a double round and everybody's exhausted, it's just so difficult to keep a clear head in a position like this. And now what we are seeing is something that we are expecting. Bishop takes e6, knight takes c5, and that was the idea of rook takes f4, gf4, complicated position. The idea of bishop takes d5, queen d5, queen takes f6 check, the line that computer indicates, I have seen it, but I was not sure that, for example, let's just put it on the board.
Nobody can play this. Queen f6, knight d6.
I mean, who gives the guarantee that this won't be a checkmate or something?
Exactly. I take on a2.
Takes and take on a2. Intuition tells that black can never be worse here.
Of course.
That's the intuition. So wait a second, forget about all what computer is saying. We are closing the engine because we want to be in the dark, and this is complete madness. No stability. Magnus has lost the stability.
But he's not stressed at all. Look at his heart rate. It's lower than it was before.
Well, I'm not sure that we can trust this 100%. It might be clever, but the players are making mistakes. We are making mistakes. We are already blinded by all this craziness. How could even a computer or any technology understand what we are witnessing here humanly? For computer, it's just a position. For us, it's something insane. For us, it's insane.
He might have relaxed slightly, yes.
Okay, maybe to his horror he realized, but if he has spent 10 minutes before and then so-called blunders according to the computer, not according to Magnus, then, but sometimes you make the move and then you realize that, wait a second, I missed something. Yeah, it could be. But he's not out of the woods yet. Not at all. This is still a very dark forest without any clarity, without any guidance. Of course, if someone, then Magnus should be the one navigating this, but it's out of control. So how do we find a safe alternative? Because probably after all these adventures, Magnus is maybe also looking like, all right, at least let me make sure that nothing can happen to me. So it's not the main priority to win the game. That can be later on, once we stabilize and we get a chance. But for the moment, main aim is to just be solid. Then isn't bishop e6, knight takes c5, and then rook takes f4 somehow the human way of playing for compensation?
Yes.
But I anyway don't want to take bishop takes d5. I definitely don't want to take on d5. So I would more try to rely on some compensation, but maybe I can't. So let's just see what we are talking about. So takes, rook takes f4, eliminating this bishop, g takes f4, and for example, can we just move the bishop back to f5 and hope that we get time to play b3? Because bishop d5, queen d5 is once again back to this queen f6, knight d6, queen takes h8, queen takes a2 position where we feel like black certainly has enough for a draw, and who knows, maybe more. Yeah, and Magnus is about to make a move. He takes on
e6 and knight takes c5.
Yes, he takes on e6, knight takes c5. So everything according to the natural path, but now it's the big question. Bishop takes d5, the computed direction, or the human intuition of eliminating this bishop on f4 and try to play a position like that.
Yeah, he does take on f4.
He takes on f4. Yeah, this is the way to go. This is the human and sensible way. No nonsense. Rook takes f4. Now g takes f4 will be blitzed out.
Yeah, I mean, knight takes e6.
No, rook f6.
Yeah.
That looks horrible, no?
You just can't, there are no moves there, right?
Yeah, then the pin is devastating. Yeah, Magnus gets up on the board. Parham, of course, will play g takes f4.
Yeah.
Yes, on the board, it's typical. Your opponent went away, you played instantly. Let's try to win some time. I can think of my opponent's time. A very reasonable strategy.
And after bishop f5, as you said, does black actually have a way through there? Because
yeah, that's the big question. Yeah, that can white actually play positionally, or he has to go into this bishop d5? My kind of feeling is if white really has to take on d5, that's bad news, because that means that we have to go for this queen takes a2 position. I'm sure that Magnus would love to keep the construction a little bit more flexible. But is he able to play the move bishop f5? Because after bishop f5, we are thinking that maybe b3 or b4 we will have time for those moves. And I'm not sure that you can sacrifice, you can just go completely berserk with queen a5, queen takes f6 check, and then give the rook, because you might have to fall back with the knight to d6 as well. And then you are missing an attacker there on c4. Or do you go king b5 there? Because the knight on c5 protects. Let me just put it on the board. For example, what we are talking about, that this craziness, how crazy is this? Well, luckily it's crazy enough. Probably white can just pick up the rook. No, that's what we assumed, that something here, like, but queen takes a2, queen b8 check.
yeah,
That's probably perpetual. Yeah, that's probably perpetual if we go back king c6, some queen c8 and back and forth. All right, so bishop f5, is this a valid move? And if the bar doesn't drop all the way down, then I think humanly it is. It is the move that Magnus will play. Forget about the clock, because Parham played the move after rook f4, g takes f4 was played. Again, the board does not, let me try to update. Yes, It made the update, yes, exactly. Parham has 6 minutes. Magnus is under 15 minutes, and he will have to make a decision.
Exactly.
Yeah, the stress level, just because Magnus running to the bathroom, coming back, and he knows that he has little time on the clock, he has to run. So this is not connected. Yeah, there he comes. GF4 on the board. And already Dominguez is apparently clearly better. Also, David Anton got out. We already talked about this, that he was able to coordinate his forces. And Parham looking around. Magnus, what are you planning here? What are you up to? And yeah, Magnus's reaction tells it all. He is not happy.
Yeah, he just knows he has got a lot of hard... Like this game has been a lot of hard work. It's been compared to his last 3 games where he's kind of just...
And this is what we are missing, right?
Yeah.
The back and forth, and whenever there is a game like this in freestyle chess, this is phenomenal, yeah? When it's not a one-sided affair. Yeah, the opponent has this incredible power, strength in the biggest jungle to find his way, put up the biggest resistance and create tons of mess. And yeah, we see that also Magnus Carlsen is human after all.
That's right. And
Parham, my dark horse,
your dark horse
is still in the mix, because just like we talked about, that he has this incredible fighting spirit, this love for the game. And one guy who doesn't feel tired, that's Parham. If he can play chess 24 hours a day, he will, because he's just so happy to do so. I think this factor should not be underestimated. Yeah, with these double runs, he has the stamina. He has this incredible willpower, love for the game, fighting spirit, curiosity. He wants to always know the truth of the positions. He wants to analyze positions like he did in Isle of Man with his buddy Fedoseev, even after 7 hours long game instead of having dinner. It's just crazy, and this finally pays off at some moment. We don't know how the game ends. Maybe Magnus will win, but he puts up this tremendous resistance and delivered us with this fantastic battle.
Yep. Absolutely.
Basically, this is the real Eastern
He did
present.
take on d5. Wow,
he takes
wow,
on d5. What a game,
Wow.
okay? I want to see this. Bishop d5, queen d5, queen f6, knight d6.
Knight d6 only move. I would assume knight d6 is the only move here. Maybe it's not, actually.
Well, but okay, we want access to the a2 square.
I mean,
we want
surely.
a2 pawn,
Surely.
not even square. The square comes, but first we collect the pawn as well. Knight d6 played.
You have to take on h8.
You have to take on h8.
You have to take on a2, otherwise...
Yeah, that's the point of knight d6, exactly. All the moves are blitzed out.
Okay.
Is Magnus actually seeing somewhere perpetual, or he knows that he has a safety net? Or does he actually believe that black has nothing more than perpetual because he has calculated? We are relying on our emotions.
Well, there are some lines, if you get a little over-ambitious here as black, it can backfire. For example, let's say queen a8 check, okay?
Queen a8 check,
now
yes? King c7, I want to go.
Yeah, you go king c7, but let's say you are tired and you go king b5.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
just
not
putting
that
it on the
tired.
board.
Yes, but okay, yes, let's
And
put it
now
on
we
the
go
board.
queen b8 check, okay?
Queen b8
And
check.
let's say you're going for glory here, because you think that if he takes the knight on d6, then, well, even that. No, I mean, what I'm trying to illustrate is that you can still go wrong. King c4, queen g8 wins the queen through a nice skewer.
Ah, okay, this is lovely.
Yeah.
But of course, black will never be so insane to go along these lines.
You would think not.
Yes, so queen takes a2. By the way, actually, computer said that queen a8 check is almost a losing move. I don't know exactly. I did not like it because of king c7, and there are no checks. And I'm a little bit worried of placing my queen on a8 too early. Magnus?
By the way, black has got a draw in hand. What did he do?
Yeah, he
D4?
played d4. That was kind of a move that was available. But I wasn't sure about it because, as you highlighted, I felt like, wait a second, isn't black having a perpetual check
Or is he-
available? For example, queen a1 check,
King c2.
king c2, queen to a4, or then simply
King
king d2, king e1, walking
Yes.
away.
Yes,
I'm walking
that's
away.
what he wants.
Wow. Okay. Well, first of all, I don't think Parham is playing for a draw. He's already now very curious. Wait a second. I have all the options. But to me, the move knight c to e4 looks very natural. Taking away this lovely escape route from white's king. Then we are already. We are already. Oof. What had happened?
Well,
What should I
I'll
press?
tell you what we'll do. We'll go to full screen and we'll,
Yes, exactly. The mouse is very slippery. All right, so
Yeah.
Parham is thinking with which, well, knight c5 to e4 looks like the natural move to jump into.
He's got 5 minutes 50. He's looking over the clock, but it's more than sufficient time. But
Wow, and suddenly, because I did all this magic and everything, the engine turned on, and the engine says that actually black has only one move to stay in the game. Everything else loses. It's insane. It's completely insane. We did not even turn on the engine. It turned on automatically. And my move knight c5 to e4 loses to d5 check, and apparently we are running out of square for our king. The king has to fall back to the 7th rank when white can just pick up all the pawns with check and then come back and forth. It's insane. Parham has to find the only move which is actually, should I reveal it? Should we reveal it?
let's reveal it.
Probably we should. It is knight c5 to b3 check. A logical check, but it looks like after king c2 there is no follow-up. But apparently knight a1 check, you can actually give that check. Parham, will he be able to...
But do you know what he's going to do there? I think he's going to take the knight off with his rook. And then he's going to take on h7 and claim that he probably doesn't think he's going to lose that ending anyway. And he might retain some winning chances because that h-pawn is fast. If he can get some kind of consolidation or get the king somewhere. But the knight on d6 is perfectly placed.
He's a perfectly placed piece, yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
But I mean, let me put an example to you, right? I know this is completely random. Imagine a position here. All the pieces are off, except, so black has got one knight on d6 and the h-pawn is off of h7. Is that ending winning for white?
And the queens are off as well.
Queens are off as well.
Well, I think it's winning, yeah. It should be winning
Should be
because the
winning.
knight has to go there.
The knight goes and
then
you've got
white is coming with the king, then you push king to d3, c4, king to e4.
maybe even e4, right, as well.
Yeah, it will win.
It must be
no, but
winning,
the
right.
queens are very important. That the queen and the knight combo
Yeah.
can create magic. And Parham has to. So in fact, it is much more dramatic than we thought. Magnus Carlsen knows what he's doing. Yeah, he is not afraid that it looks strange or dangerous or whatever. He believes in his calculation. Well, he wasn't so sure. He's down to 12 minutes himself. Apparently, knight b2, knight b3 check, king c2, knight a1, and then white has a choice. Rook takes a1 and then pick up the h7 pawn, play that ending, or to try to run with the king to d2, giving all the pawns. But this is so hard to evaluate and calculate. I would think that rook a1 is almost guaranteed.
That he gives up the rook,
Yes,
right?
yeah, it's kind of guaranteed.
Because then, yeah, in that ending, when you win on h7, you can park the queen on b1 and put the pawn on h7, and you're solid as a rock there.
Well, if you get the pawn to h7,
Yeah.
no, but I will not let that happen. Something has
Maybe
to
you have
happen.
no choice.
Parham down to 2 minutes 20 seconds, and we know that he only has the move. But first of all, he might be playing for a win. He might think like, wait a second, it can't be that Magnus gets away with this.
And he also has the option of giving check on a1.
But that's losing. Then king c2, queen a4 check, king d2.
And then putting, and then knight c4 check.
Yes, and king e1.
Yes, and then playing something.
And play that position,
and
yes.
just go like, not queen a5. I would love to swing the queen over somehow, but maybe there's no good way to... Yeah, if I could get my queen on g5 there, I'm just winning, basically, as black.
And Parham looking at it, staring at it, calculating like a machine, like a crazy madman, because he knows it can't be that this is not okay for me. It should be okay, but how? And there are so many distractions, so many possibilities, so many tempting options. That's the trick. That's actually the problem. Poor Parham. He's in a very tricky spot. In a very tricky spot. Will he find the move? It's on the board. Knight b3 check, king c2, so he's going along the correct lines. He also has a choice. There is queen a4 and knight a1. Actually, queen a4 is so much more human.
Yeah, queen
I
a4.
would advocate for queen a4, but yes, on the board. Yeah, Parham is Parham, just brilliant. This is the human way. You don't want to get into this knight a1, rook a1 endgame against Magnus. No. You want to keep the initiative.
You can throw in the check now on d5. I think that makes sense.
Okay, but then the queen will be already more mobile from black's perspective, right? Yeah, but where do we hide the king?
The problem is you don't have a safety square for the king.
That's a very, very big question.
Maybe king c5. I know it looks insane, but there are no checks.
Well, can you get away with king c5? Because I can... okay, d5 check will be played. We will find out.
I would put the king on c5 here. I don't like the idea of going back, allowing queen takes pawn with check.
With check. Yeah, it's kind of very tough.
I think he's going up. I mean, I think if you've got 1 minute on your clock here, you go up the board. And then pray. You've got a double discovered check. Knight d4 check is a winning thread, by the way, for black. Well, close to winning. Yes, winning.
Yeah, Parham done to a minute.
You just go king
on the
c5.
clock. It's such a tough decision.
You go king c5. But it's not, so it's probably losing, but I don't understand why it's losing. I don't understand why king c5 is losing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried that I don't have access to my mouse at the moment, so I can't make a move. Okay. But anyway, we don't need to make a move. Parham is down to 30 seconds, and he needs to make a decision.
He's going to step up to c5.
A very difficult decision.
Awful spot. This is the worst spot in chess right here.
Yeah, 20 seconds and you have 3 different options. And he goes king c5.
Yeah.
He's playing the most aggressive, the most human move, which is apparently, according to computer, the wrong move. But who would have ever played king d7, king c7, stepping into the check with queen h7?
But the point here is that after queen takes h7, there isn't a good discovery. Knight d4 check, king d2, and importantly, the queen on h7 covers
guards
the
c2 square. Yes, exactly.
Oh, that's so brutal. And if king d2, knight e4, king e1...
But, well, actually, Magnus played the move d5, so I can't really imagine him going king b1, because now there is also queen e4 check. Yeah,
well, so you can repeat. So, oh, yeah, queen e4 as well.
Yeah, also, I mean, there are too many problems. On the other hand, okay, queen takes h7, he has 12 minutes when he started to think. He most probably will take on h7.
He will take on h7, 100%. 100%. And then what? You've got this discovered check, but you can't do anything with it. What is your move there?
Well, I
And
don't
by the
know.
way, Queen C7 is a winning threat. for
Yeah,
white.
Queen C7. Well, that's why I was a little bit skeptical of this King C5. Yeah, that we are stepping into Queen C7 checkmate. Well, it's not checkmate. We have King B5, but then the D6 knight is hanging, so it's basically a
But by the way,
loss.
ironically, it's if you play Queen takes H7 and you go Queen C7 check King D7 King B5, with that construction, it's probably still a draw after Queen takes D6 Knight D4.
Well,
check.
but okay, I have Queen C6 check. I can trade the
You
Queen.
can do
I'm already
anything, yeah.
completely winning.
Of
Yes,
course,
exactly.
yeah.
So the point is that okay, maybe after Queen H7 you should. Yeah, and Magnus
Yeah.
picks it up.
Yeah,
Magnus is Magnus, doesn't see ghosts.
yeah,
Black will have to play King B6.
impossible move.
Well, but Queen C7 is a threat. If there is no discover check, then of course I want to keep the status quo because White's King is still in the danger zone.
Impossible move. Brilliant move, but I find this move impossible. That he's going to find it in 20 seconds.
He needs to find. He needs to find it.
16 seconds. Parham Magsudlu. He's going to find it.
Yes, brilliant. King B6.
Okay.
You just said Magnus is Magnus with Queen takes H7. Well, King B6. Parham is showing once again, and it's completely crazy. It's completely insane because according to computer, if you play another move, Queen G6, King C7, then for some reason this is a winning construction. Before computer was saying after D5 check, King C7, Queen takes H7, King C8 is a draw. Because the queen is on H7 instead of G6 and White can push the pawn to H6. But okay, with ticking seconds, this is just impossible to understand. Intuitively, you don't want to place on your king on the back rank.
Correct.
That's, you feel like that's taboo. You just can't do that. What Magsudlu is doing is the human reaction.
Unbelievable. What a game.
Yeah, it's the game of the tournament. We have witnessed brilliant games, everything, but this back and forth, yeah, this is what makes it special, and that's why also the game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, the first game of the final in Paris, was such a fantastic game. Forget about the result, forget about the final mistake by Hikaru. Just the game, the intensity, that's what counts. And this is what we are seeing here. And the tension.
Yeah, the tension is the tough part. And if you're Parham, the tension, I mean, the issue is really being able to calculate cleanly with 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's completely crazy. We are getting the message there done that David Anton Giharo is apparently winning against Niemann. And Queen G6 played.
Good move.
Queen G6 is the good move, yes. Now,
Maybe
King C5 or King C7, he can put
king
it back.
on C5, yeah.
Yes.
It feels more natural than putting it on C7 because it feels like the king is more exposed on C7 to check. But then again, you know, it's so hard to know which of those moves is correct.
And wait a second, that can White then after King C5 just play H6? Does he have
Sure.
the right to just
Sure.
push? Down to 10 seconds. Parham
7,
has to make a
6,
decision.
5, 4, 3, 2. He's going to flag! He flagged!
He flagged. Oh no.
He flagged.
Wow.
He flagged.
Magnus very relieved.
He put
of
it on
course.
B5 anyway, which loses, but... Oh, he's upset.
Yeah, okay, you just can't play this position
No,
with
no.
so little time. And look at this. He enjoyed it. He knows he was so tense, but the joy that he has such a complicated position.
Wow,
What a
he's
disappointment.
very upset. No, he's very upset.
Very upset, yes.
He's absolutely upset. Yeah, this was...
Yeah, it's like a hard... Well, actually, he will feel actually much better if he knows that he made a losing move. Actually, it will help him. It will really help him. If suddenly it would turn out that King B5 and computer says 0-0, he would just be completely done. But if he knows that this was a losing move, and already the final position was already bad. And Magnus says no, but king b5 is not. No, this king b5. I just play h6, knight d4 check, knight d4 check, king d2,
And then
knight
c4
d4 check. Okay, king e1.
Very tough. What a game. My goodness.
Yes, such a complex position. Nobody knows what's going on.
I mean, at least, you know, Parham is taking the time here to talk it over with Magnus. But he knows in his heart that, you know, you don't get many opportunities to put the pressure on. And today was one of them. Today was one of them where were things just in a slightly different scenario, who knows, he could have won that game.
Yeah, and the point is that Magnus not being afraid of queen takes a2. Yeah, this thing that the two knights and the queen are targeting white's king, and then finding this computer move d4, giving stability, driving Max to look. And exactly now he's showing that after knight a1, I wanted to take rook a1, queen takes h7.
Is that what he wanted to do?
Yes, exactly. He showed that rook takes a1. And probably I'm squeezing, but maybe that was then the better practical decision for Parham. But okay, how can you, if he finds king c7, king c8, the study-like draw, then we say that of course he shouldn't have played knight a1.
We can see just behind them that Fabiano and Bado are still playing. So, well, we'll do our best to get an update there.
Yeah, the players are still discussing. Yeah, it's such a fascinating position, so complex. Nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah, that was one of the toughest games that I've seen to analyze, because it was just nothing.
Yeah,
was
we were in a complete dark.
We
didn't know what to do, what's going on. I suggested the move queen d4 out of total desperation. Magnus finally played queen d4. Yeah, what a game. And right from the beginning, yeah, this c3, e5, f4, and then knight d3 long castle, the whole concept that Magnus came up with, what a resistance Parham was providing. And then Magnus going for this knight takes c6, bishop c5, knight d4, knight e5.
All right, well, we're going to go and catch our breath. That was crazy. But Magnus Carlsen, 7 out of 7. Wow, just incredible. We will be back, though, for the remainder of today's round, summing up some of the other action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Grenke Chess Festival. And we're absolutely delighted to have the leader of the freestyle chess tournament, the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, here with us. Magnus, thanks very much for coming in. You must be exhausted. Today was, every day is long, but that one was a tough one right there. Tell us about your immediate reactions after this game.
Yeah, I mean, the double rounds are just, I feel like, I mean, to a lesser extent yesterday, but all the like 3 white games I've had, or like the 2 others against Nielsen and this one, it's just
Brutal.
It's just brutal. Like playing 2 long games, thinking for move 1 in a row. It's just, yeah, it's just very tough. And then what often happens is that you feel sort of fresh after a break, and then when you get down to it after a couple of hours, then it's just tough. So I think like first of all, I think it was an extremely interesting starting position.
Very.
We've had like a few now which have seemed kind of sort of to lead to symmetry in a lot of in a lot of games. And when people have tried to break the symmetry, like it's been quite unfortunate. But in this one, it seemed to be there seemed to be a lot of options. Like there, I mean, first of all, there's a very weak square on b7 and b2, which helps. It means that, for instance, on d4, maybe it's a mistake on move 1 because black can go e5. But it just seemed that there were many ways to kind of set up. So I mean, c3 was kind of a waiting move to start. I mean, it's useful to open up for the bishop, and depending on how he develops in the center, I'll reply. For instance, d5, I'd probably go e4, trying to exploit the fact that I have this check. How can I go? Oh, I can go back there. Then f5, I would probably go d4 just to break the symmetry, and then, well, c6, I don't know, but at least I was going to decide later. And then, of course, e5, I thought this idea was really quite attractive. I think queen takes f.
First expected queen f4.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, but then again, like this, and then castling looked so nice.
Yeah, we completely missed this long castle idea, and then we were so shocked at how brutally strong it is. Did you feel that it's interesting or that it's also so strong?
I felt that I was better. But most of all, I thought it's the right way to play.
And when did you spot this bishop c5 idea? Because you also played this quiet knight bc, like you already anticipated.
No, I was really, that's one of the reasons why I was not capturing the pawn, that I wanted to, in different lines to take with the knight and different lines to take with the queen, and also keep this bishop c5 option open. And, well, I think c6 is quite normal. And then I'm not sure I like d5. Yeah, computer doesn't like it. What I've seen often in these positions is that moves like e5 and d5 are, or d4 and e4, they are a lot more weakening than you would normally think. And I think in this case, this is just more than his position can handle, kind of. And yeah, this all felt very logical.
So my next question is, obviously the first question we were asking ourselves is, how bad is b6?
Yeah, I was not so sure.
You were going to go knight d4, right?
There were a couple of different options. Like first one, the obvious one is to go
or knight b4.
Knight b4
I think knight
intuition.
b4 just to open up for the bishop was what I was thinking. I wasn't sure. I mean, I thought he should probably go for this, but I didn't spend like oceans of time calculating, because I was kind of playing the moves that I felt like I had to play regardless. There was an interesting option here. If I take the knight and then go queen f3, and with the idea of going knight to d4, I think c5 is quite reasonable, just giving out the pawn, and then
comp.
Should be good for black. But yeah, I mean that's what I expected for sure, because yeah, I mean g6 is extremely ugly, opening up all sorts of ideas against the rook. Like I didn't even have to go knight e5, but it seemed critical.
And how frustrated you were that it looks like there should be a knockout blow and there isn't?
I was a little bit. For instance, I really was hoping to see the move king to f7 here. Then I think rook f1 is extremely strong.
Wow. And take on f6?
Take on f6 is mate,
Beautiful.
yeah. I think after rook f1 it's just...
We should just show the end there. That
Yeah.
Let's
F6
just show that
is-
one.
yeah,
Bishop
it's
d4
completely game over.
Bishop d4 is mate as well, no?
No, but knight
it
f5,
is,
queen
but
e7
knight,
is
knight
your
f7,
idea, yes?
knight f5, queen f.
Oh, you
queen
want to show
e7
that?
is kind of nice, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so that's completely game over. And then I figured if he has to put his king in the center like this, then I should be... yeah, so h4 and this felt extremely logical, but then, yeah, I got a bit stumped here.
Yeah, what was going on in your mind
Yeah,
after knight a4?
I mean, first of all, I was playing the last few moves a little bit quickly because I thought my brain is so fried that I am not going to be able to find a good solution even if I think, so let me just play quickly, put pressure on time. And spoiler alert, that actually worked out in the end. But I mean, from afar, I'd just been thinking that I can reply with b3, but then he actually, you know, he gets to capture my bishop, and now my advantage is not big at all. I think, at least practically speaking. So what can I say? Like, I hadn't really been calculating this well. And this bishop f5. Oh, apparently that's a big mistake. Yeah, I'm not able to figure out why.
Yeah, well, actually, computer was saying that there is no clear like refutation. Often he was relying on knight takes c5, queen c5 idea somewhere, but it was in the bishop f4 position later on. We just did not want to turn on engine,
Yeah,
honestly, because
I mean
then we will lose the fun following this masterpiece. Yeah.
And if like, so g3 wins, yeah, or bishop takes e6.
Bishop e6 is bad already. Yeah, bishop e6, king e6, g3, then knight c5, queen c5, queen c7. That's the trick.
Okay, that's really
We couldn't find knight c5, queen c5. We were looking for some mating ideas which never worked.
Yeah. No, at this point I was already like completely out of control. And now it's better for him?
Yeah, because he can take knight takes c5.
Yeah, but I thought, no, that's not why.
And knight d6.
Knight d6. But I thought
Queen takes c5, knight f5, and then e3 was the...
Yeah, this was the idea.
But then already black is kind of doing fine.
Oh, I thought I was still fighting for an advantage here.
Okay.
But of course things are not nearly as good as they once were.
Of course.
But this, yeah, I mean, this was very logical, which I mean, I missed it from afar, but at this point I didn't really see what else to do.
This is also our analysis with Lawrence. We also played king c6 and we reached this position, and we felt like allowing queen takes a2 is kind of risky for white.
Yeah.
How did you manage to keep yourself?
I thought at that point, like, I was relieved. I thought it was just, I felt intuitively that I can never lose because my queen is too strong and I always have these little tricks. So I was in the mindset of, I'm not losing this, so it's all good.
And then you played this d4, and then we realized that, wait a second, actually black needs to be super careful how to make a draw.
Apparently this is a mistake as well. Could I have gone like...
No, the computer, anyway, this bishop d5 leads to the same position.
It leads to the same
computer
position.
just doesn't, no, of course, this is correct. This is
Yeah,
all
yeah.
correct.
Yeah, so like, I actually like mentioned this to him after the game that I was expecting this in queen e2, and now I have to force a draw.
Ah, wow, there was this option.
Yeah, but he was playing for a win. This is the thing.
This is the thing.
Yeah.
It's Parham.
Which it's Parham. I mean, I do get it to some extent, but it seemed that...
But then that's why for computer, if you start with bishop d5, then probably there is no queen e6. Could that be a difference?
Because my Yeah,
Yeah,
then
probably
my,
that is a difference. And
then
he has to
maybe
go for
something is
96.
protected. Let me just
Yeah, let's just check it
check
out.
that out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bishop d5,
Okay.
Queen d5,
Queen
Queen
d5,
f6.
Queen f6, Queen e6, Queen takes h8, Queen takes e2.
But good luck, yeah, figuring this out. Oh my God.
You take it black here every day of the week, don't you?
I feel as though there should be some way to be kind of safe for white. Like this, Queen d8, King c6, maybe King b1 here, and then if Knight d2, Rook d2, Queen f1, there's...
Oh wow, like
yeah.
this.
I mean...
Yeah, you are safe.
Yeah.
But now you can, I'm very happy that you are looking
But-
at
but the-
this was the game, you know, the evil bar was jumping
Yeah,
back
yeah, of
and he
course.
never understood anything.
No. It was this...
That was the
this
thrill.
kind of chess, especially on the second day of... I was briefly considering whether I can play for a win
we
like
looked at
this.
Yes, we talked about
Because
it.
I thought I'm not actually worse.
I told Lorenz that this is Magnus style, Bishop f5. He will not allow Queen takes a2.
Yeah. I thought I'm not worse, but then I was struggling to see how I'll really be better either. So I just...
And you have foreseen d4,
Yeah,
right?
I'd seen d4, but I mean he played this so quickly that was a bit of a surprise to me. But yeah, it was as simple as he thinks he's playing for a win. And yeah, King c5. Here he needed to kind of be prudent. Yeah, and
But
just
it's so counterintuitive, no?
it is, but it's not counterintuitive if you're not playing for a win, right? I would say. Also, I don't know what's even the.
Yeah,
I'm
what
wondering
is-
if.
Because with Queen on g6, computer said you can just play h6
Yeah.
and you are winning. But
No,
with Queen on
I'm
h7,
assuming I can. I just want to know how this knight d4 this loses. King c1 is the only move. Oops.
Yeah, you walk.
Oh yeah. Now I'm actually now I'm actually queening. Yeah. And yeah, just h7.
But wow, yeah, Queen on b1.
Yeah.
on
No, but
c2.
this was okay. But what we were looking at as a King c8. So h6. So where's actually the draw? Maybe knight a1 is the draw. Yeah. Yeah. This is it.
And
you cannot.
I cannot escape because of knight e4.
And knight c2.
Knight c2. No, this I saw this. I saw this motif.
What a game.
But okay, no. Wait a sec. It's not over. King c1. And now is there knight e4? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And now I have to take.
You are really in the position.
Yeah.
yes,
Now I have
yes,
to take the
yes.
perpetual.
Wonderful.
And this, like, if his king is say on c5, then I'm generally getting over here with the king.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen c5, and then I mean it's nice to be able to protect against mate, threaten mate, and create a super dangerous pass pawn at the same time. So king, yeah. So I mean the actual game he tried to make king b5 before he lost on time.
Yes, King b5 was the last move
Yeah.
there that appeared on the board. It was a losing move according to computer. What was he saying after the game?
Well, he was looking at either king b5 or king c5. I mean, he was still in the mode of trying to win, which is kind of crazy.
Because I told Lorenz that I think that once Parham will know the evaluation that he's actually completely lost here after King b5, it will help him to get over the loss.
No, for sure. I'm just curious if h6 wins here. It kind of does, the thing is, like, if he's playing for a win, like, I can just go king b1, and he has nothing better than a perpetual.
But so what happens after h6? The same
So
motifs like
h6 is
knight
not
a1. What is the difference?
It's not the best move, apparently. Should I just make some, like, calm move? No. This I actually saw. I saw queen d6. Yeah. I actually even showed this to him after
And
the
king
game.
e4.
King e4,
Wow.
queen takes e2, king takes f4, and the king escapes.
Oof.
Yeah, this I actually saw.
Brilliant.
This I actually saw. Like, I would have had to, like, recalculate this, but this one I actually had control
And
over.
this is just winning, is it?
Yeah, this is just winning. It's
Okay.
The knight is trapped also.
yeah, the knight is trapped, and there's no
queen F2
perpetual.
check, yeah, it's the
queen
only
queen
check.
f2, queen f2.
King e4.
And yeah, he either
You can-
like, I have too many pawns. So
And queen c6 b4 is a checkmate idea. If the knight
exactly.
moves,
So he
yes.
actually he loses the knight straight
Yeah.
up.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, if it's any consolation, then king b5 was a losing blunder.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, the logical move, I guess, is king c5. But now, since the knight doesn't have the c5 square, this is important. Now
Mm.
I can just push knight d4, and then I go here, and there's no knight e4 because of queen
You
takes
can
e4
take,
and knight
yes.
b3. This square is not available.
So that's why
Uh,
he had to go back to c7.
Yeah. And if here, it's kind of unfair, but the king is just very happy now.
Wow. What a game.
Yeah, that was different.
That was very different.
That was insane, yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. We had so much fun commenting on it, and it really never happened before in my life that there is the evil bar, and we are thinking and we are unable to come up with
Yeah.
any
Yeah.
solution. Crazy.
Well, maybe just a few words in general then. So you're on 7 out of 7. Not bad. Not bad. You know, you'll take it. 7 out of 7.
I'll take that.
We haven't seen the finish of the rest of the games, but there is a chance that you're actually you're at least a whole point clear.
I am a whole point clear with Yesipenko at the moment.
Right.
And then probably
Maybe one more.
maybe one more. It looked like both Fabi's game and I mean, both Fabi's game and the game Bluebaum Serrano looked kind of drawish.
Yeah, but Rauf, has a chance. Or had a chance.
Yeah, him as well.
Definitely.
I guess I'll probably play him since the colors work. But I don't know. Anyway, that's
Tomorrow.
tomorrow's worry.
But I do have a question for you, just very quickly, because we're talking about how exhausting this schedule is. And I'm just curious, when was the last time you played a tournament with 2 rounds per day?
I have no idea.
Is it more than 10 years?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, there may have been like an open I played about. I think we're talking 20 years, honestly, or
Wow.
close to that.
And how have you found the adjustment? I mean, is it truly just exhausting? I mean, at night after the games are done, how are you? Are you just collapsed? Are you just watching
I'm
TV?
just really tired. Like after dinner, that helps a bit. But it's really made me appreciate morning rounds, because the morning rounds are so much easier than the evening rounds, because they're the first in the day.
No, it's unbelievable. No, I think everybody has been enjoying this event immensely, and just how different it is, and how I think, you know, the fact that you're able to interact with your fans as well in such an intimate way. You know, I think everybody appreciates you being here massively.
Yeah, it's
So-
exhausting but fun.
It's exhausting but fun indeed. Well, I guess with that all said and done, well done, and we'll let you go and rest. 2 more games, and we'll see if you can keep up the good work. I'm sure there'll be one or 2 more moments yet to come
There
in this
will
tournament.
be. That's the thing. Like, there's no way. Like +7, you cannot cruise to victory ever. There's going to be moments for sure. Yeah, it looks like Mamedov is winning. So at least two players on 6 out of 7. But that's to be expected.
It is. Okay, we're not going to go for a break. We're going to put a big full screen of the event. Thank you so much, Magnus, for coming. We're going to make the quick changeover. And... oh,
Like the Vegas 2 games of 45 minutes per day, it's going to be a cakewalk.
cakewalk, yeah. All right, we can just go like this, I guess. Yeah, so we're going to just get back straight to the action. We can see there the games. And we still have a couple of results that have not been completed. We've got Fabiano still playing against Badur, and Matthias Bluebaum playing against Sarana, and we've got Pultnevicius against Mamedov. Mamedov has won. That result has just come in, and that was to be expected. It looked as though Ralph had a fantastic position and he managed to convert it. And that, as Magnus just said as well, looks like a likely pairing tomorrow. Could easily be Ralph against Magnus and Bluebaum against Sarana. Well, that one is going to be a draw. Queen and 2 against Queen and 1 on the same side. Find it very, very difficult to believe that Matthias is going to be able to get anything from that. And that game could legitimately go on for hours because you can maneuver around, but ultimately this construction is unbeatable and the white king is just too exposed. You can't evade the checks, and that game just will end in a draw. There's just no way Sarana is losing that position because all of the king and pawn endings are also drawn. So there's just no transition or transformation that works. Having a quick look at the other results, we've already seen Vincent Keimer win. We saw Yesipenko win. Dada did not lose to Nepomniachtchi, so Nepomniachtchi just completely out of sorts today. He had a disaster against David Anton. He's had a disaster against Dada after having what looked like a winning position. A day to forget for him. Wesley so unable to beat Mendonca. Dominguez managed to beat Christopher Yu in a position where it looked like he was in big trouble, but suddenly Lenier is kind of back in with a shot of getting some decent prizes. And remember also that it's not about winning the tournament because Magnus Carlsen, who's now massive, massive favourite to win the tournament, he has already got a place in Las Vegas, as has Fabiano, I believe, and perhaps others. So, you know, if you're on, let's say you're on 5.5 points now,
you have everything to play for.
You could get the ticket to Vegas. 2 wins and you're in. You might be in.
2 wins almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's everybody's game now.
Yeah, so it's massive. So other players are massively incentivized. Apart from the fact, of course, there's a huge prize fund. If you come 3rd or 4th or 5th in this tournament, we're talking about 40, 30, 20,000 euros, huge amounts for basically an open tournament. And we can see there is one last game. Now, maybe what we can do is get a close-up.
Zoom in. Yes, exactly.
And let's see if we can figure out what's going on here.
Wow, there is an f2 pawn for black.
What is that on next to the king? Is that a knight or?
Yeah, there is something on c4.
There's a king on f5. Something.
But wait a second. If this is just a knight, that means that Badur is putting pressure. Queen g3. So there is no possibility to queen the pawn because the knight forks.
Unbelievable.
With knight d2.
Okay, queen b6.
Queen d6.
No,
what a position. What a craziness. What is the clock situation? 2 minutes for Badur. How much? 120 for Fabi? Could that be?
Badur is shaking his head like something's gone wrong, but I'm trying to... Okay.
It's a bishop on c4. Yeah, so that protects the f1 square. That's a bishop. Lovely. Now we know the position.
But still, it's Badur pressing here, right? With the pawn on f2, you can never...
Exactly. The bishop on c6 is protected by the queen on f6. The pawn on f2 is supporting the f2 pawn. The king on e4 is a kind of strange piece. Yeah, not to run into any mating nets, but for the moment it's not visible.
I mean, this is... Yeah, White does have a protected pawn, but...
And look at this, Badur is probably was he winning? Does he think that he was winning?
You only start shaking your head like this when you've missed something. So Badur maybe has missed a big chance. And what do you think the evaluation here is? It probably feels like it should be equal somehow, but difficult to say.
Yeah, difficult to say. I don't see the clock of Fabi. Yeah, we don't know exactly how much time he has. Certainly, yeah. Now we see 57 seconds. For the moment, he was in a safe spot because he had some 2-3 minutes. But now that the seconds are ticking down and there's a pawn on f2, this has the potential of getting out of control. Or is there some perpetual construction? That's a big question. Bishop f1 played.
Yes.
Stability.
This is to be expected, this move.
And bishop g2 check is a threat.
Correct. Is it?
Well, then I don't know. This king is...
King d4. Yeah, and for anybody who might be asking why we can't see the 2D board, we've had a technical issue all game with this board and this board alone. So that has meant that we are just having to do it a bit old school. Peter was remarking before about the 90s Intel series that he was trying to qualify
yes, the
for.
PCA.
Yeah, well, that's when I remember Danny King Morris actually commentating it with a side-on view, a bit like this. So we're doing it like we were in the 90s. Here we are. Bishop f1, 1 minute 17 for Badur. And
Queen f4.
Double checking that there's no...
Because white's king is safe on a3, but now also some queen c1 check appears. Mate. Actually, it's not just a check, it's checkmate.
Queen in c1 is checkmate. If Fabi moves the queen somewhere neutral, like g7, no, g7 not.
He needs to give a check.
g8, let's say. Queen c1 is checkmate. So hold on a second here. And wait, the ending is terrible for white. The ending loses for white. The ending loses for white, right? Or is it a draw?
I'm not sure. Yeah, but it's so difficult to figure out that can you play bishop g2, king e5? No, Fabi goes queen c3, safety first.
Yeah, this move looks correct to me. And now he's going to go queen e3, right? In the spirit of the position.
Because the pawn on c5 is hanging.
Yeah,
also.
and if bishop g2 check king f4 and we do a similar dance, surely queen e3 is Badur nervous, as you would expect. Big moment for him here. He can't
very nervous. He wants to find a good move, but it's very tricky.
Queen e3 is the move screaming out to be played here. And then what? Very tough. But then there's bishop g2 check, king f4, queen f6 check.
Yeah, it's...
And then you have to go to calculate.
And then the bishop is falling on c6.
And then
with the
queen. Yeah, and queen c1, king a4.
King a4 already gets available.
Goodness me.
So actually, Badur maybe in some...
He
plays the move queen e3.
So why isn't this losing? Why isn't this just straight?
Oh no, and look at this. Fabi, wait a second, I have a chance now.
Why isn't this straight up losing?
Bishop g2, king f4, queen f6 check, and the bishop can be picked up by the queen.
What are we missing? We're not missing anything.
No, looking at the body language.
No, bishop g2 check, king f5 he wants. Bishop no, king f5 you lose the queen.
You lose the king, yeah.
This
I
is
mean
over.
The queen. You have to play king, and look at this. Poor Badur. He was so, and he cannot believe it.
Oh no.
He just cannot believe it. This is heartbreaking.
You have to go king f4.
Absolutely
and
heartbreaking.
And then queen f6 check.
And then queen takes c6.
Queen f6. And bishop takes c6.
This bishop f1, queen c6 was amazing fun by Fabi. Yeah, with little time on the clock. King g3. And now queen picks up. The queen picks up the bishop.
That's it. That's kind of it, because you can't even assist the pawn. He's going to probably go king h2 or something just to...
oh no.
Yeah, this is just ugly. And I wonder if he had a winning position before Bardor as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's just the nerves. Just couldn't deal with the nerves. The moment, the tension was just too much. And looks like Fabi has got everything completely under control. 9 seconds. Impossible to play. Well, he goes
C4. Yeah, tries to get access to White's king. Because let's not forget, there is this queen c1, f1 queen idea, to win the bishop, but the pawn on c5 was hanging, that's why he couldn't just collect the bishop.
Well, it does feel as though they should win, though. It does feel as though they should, but
it's an amazing move,
Stranger
c4.
Fantastic
move.
Stranger things have happened, and he's got one. Is that 32 or 1 minute 32?
1 minute 32, I think, and Fabi's 55 seconds, now 52.
Wow, and Fabi's... Wait a second, because...
Not easy. C3 is
C3 is coming.
Also a threat.
Holy moly. C4 from the clouds.
Unbelievable.
And he's only got 38 seconds. How do you possibly calculate anything?
And bishop f1 runs into queen c1 check, then winning the bishop, and all of a sudden...
You just... 23 seconds, this is a disaster.
Unbearable tension. We even don't know the evolution. Who is playing for what? White has won the bishop, but the pawns are dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
It's very rare that you blunder into... and...
King b4.
I like that move.
but c3. But c3 comes.
Yes, c3 definitely does come.
And then what's happening? But then he can already play bishop f1 because there is no more queen c1 check. What a move by Fabi. Removing.
Yeah, this is a class move.
But anyway, then the c pawn is still there. There's hope.
You can kind of just hang on to both pawns. Okay, Bardor probably with about a minute left now. Absolutely incredible. Let's see if we can get the other angle with the clock, because
yes, we need the clock. Exactly,
40
seconds. Yeah. See, and also we see the board now. We anyway know that. Yeah, this is a good angle. This feels like a good angle because we already know the position. And Bardor has to decide, c3, do I have chance there? But then the bishop can move to f1, covers the f2 pawn. The queen on c6 takes care of the c pawn, and queen g2 check, or all the checks will start to appear.
13 seconds, Bardor Jabava. What to do? 10 seconds. Are we going to get another flag this round? 5, 4, 3, 2.
He needs to move queen e1.
Check.
Queen e1 check played. What does it mean? King a4. Fabi hides.
Yeah, because you couldn't take the pawn because of queen c1 check, and then you win the queen.
Is this the moment then to try to play c3?
I think so. I think you play c3. As long as queen f3 check is not made.
King h4, but queen f4. That is a horror.
No, you have to play c3.
That ends in a draw. I mean, that end is a mate. Sorry. There is no way, and you can c3 played, queen f3 check, king h2, queen h3, king g1, queen h1 checkmate. So
correct.
Black can never go forward.
So you have to go to h4. Only move.
And then this queen f4 check.
And then
and then king h5. But how is this not losing?
But
queen and bishop.
Yes, but where is the mate?
Yeah, where is the mate? But it should be there somewhere.
I'm not so sure. But Fabi can relax a little bit because he knows he's got a draw in hand.
And he also got the 30. No, but this is just a win. King h5, bishop f3 check,
king g6,
bishop e4 check.
Yep, king h5.
Well, but this is not chess if it's.
This is chess, Peter.
This is not chess if it's not mate.
This is chess, buddy.
This is craziness.
2025.
This is total madness.
And while we kibitz this match and commentate, we're going to be joined by a very, very special guest. we're just going to get set up while we do that, and I'm going to make sure that we don't miss a moment of this critical game here. And it is, as Peter said, it feels like it should be winning here for Fabi, but there are still some technical difficulties. And with 30 seconds per move, we've got a bit of time to breathe because Butter is back to 2 minutes, and I think this game is going to go on for a while
we are seeing
longer.
the line that we discussed, this bishop e4 check, king h5, the position that we cannot believe that it's not a checkmate. But where is the checkmate?
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain. He's going to go back to h5.
He has to.
Yes.
He has to go back to h5.
He absolutely must go back to h5. And if we go back to us, here we are. We're joined by none other than Jan Henrik.
Hello.
Lovely to see you again.
Good to meet you. Good
So
to meet
nice
you
to
again.
see you, yes.
very soon.
How was the trip down from the north?
Very easy. Very
Yeah?
easy. We just
Straight line, huh?
Yeah, no, we just flew to Frankfurt and then came here directly with a car. We just spent a few days with Vidit and his wife. They are spending their honeymoon in Weissenhaus.
Oh, lovely.
So and they have just enjoyed the beach today, sent me a picture, and I said, we do opposite. They enjoy the beach, I enjoy the chess.
That's, well, yeah, you're like a true fan.
Exactly.
What can we say about this event? It's been just an enormous success.
Yes.
I mean, just just the numbers themselves, nearly 3,000 players here. And
don't want to miss the game, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, what are your impressions so far?
Yeah, I just followed the videos and the commentary and so on. So live is of course more impressive, and we'll see it tomorrow morning. Holly and I will do the drawing tomorrow with the numbers. So we're gonna see it full. And no, I'm really impressed. But how many? What's the split? How many people are playing freestyle? How many playing regular chess?
Yeah,
well, I think it was 460 in freestyle. So
Cool.
tremendous success. And something like 300 in the main group. We have 3 groups in freestyle, B and also C. And it's crazy. Altogether, there are 2,996 participants in the whole festival.
Amazing.
And the love of chess is everywhere. Yeah, all this and the tension and so on. What a tournament! One brilliant game after another. Yeah, the game between Magnus Carlsen and Parham Maxwell was one of the most intensive games we have witnessed.
Was amazing.
This one against Parham?
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
that we just finished. Also now there is an incredible thriller still going on between Fabiano Caruana and Badu Jobava. Just insane action everywhere.
I just see Magnus is just killing it, right? He's just
Well, he is, but don't get me wrong. He's had really. Today's he had a real battle. Yesterday he kind of got gifted a few games.
Yeah.
A bit earlier in the tournament, also he had to work very hard for some wins, but it's been a joy to watch, and I think he has also really enjoyed this, even though it's been tiring because it's 2 games a day, really hard format, exhausted. He's enjoyed, especially certain configurations, the positions, a novel, and he's obviously he's doing fantastically on 7 out of 7 and probably going to win the tournament. So he's happy.
But now having Jan-Henrik Büttner, you are the mastermind behind freestyle. How happy and proud you are to see this incredible success that everybody is going crazy wild for the game.
Yeah, I couldn't be more proud and happy because when we discussed with Sven that we're gonna do it here and that we're gonna sponsor it, that we're gonna be part of it. I had this feeling again in my mind that we're going to show that freestyle is not only like for elite players, it's a movement. And it's really exciting. And just as you told me, like 400 people signed up to do freestyle. I think it's exciting also to see how do I, go against the top players in freestyle and so on. So how has it been working? Is there some player that has really gone out of his comfort zone and has like really showed more strength than usual, or how is it?
Well, there have been glimpses by some of the younger players. For example, we've had Pranesh, the young Indian talent, who's done really well. He had a bad round just now, but he did fantastic.
Also Mendonca, brilliant.
Yeah, Mendonca, the young Indian grandmaster. So there have been these young guys who have shown enormous strength in this tournament. You were talking about how many people classical versus freestyle. They did there was a nice little video that was done of players entering the hall, and they had to choose which box they would prefer, classical or freestyle, and it was it was like a vote.
Wow.
And it was very, very close. So people basically, you're talking about freestyle being a movement. There is a demonstrable shift of interest from classical chess over to freestyle, just because it's so fun to do something new and to really just work, rely on your innate talent and feel for the game. And I think this is a groundbreaking event, actually.
Amazing. No, I'm really, everybody sees that it's a movement, and we're going to continue. As in Las Vegas, we're going to even have live audience. I'm really, really excited to see who's going to qualify for Las Vegas here for tomorrow. I mean, obviously, if Magnus wins and Fabiano, whatever second, they are all qualified. So it's going to be whoever is not qualified yet. So it's very interesting.
That's what we were saying. It's so open for whoever gets that
there
place.
are like 20 players at least for
Yeah.
tomorrow who have a chance.
And it's a career-changing win as well to qualify, because not just financially, just the whole image and invites in the future, and it's going to be amazing to see who.
We're going to have top celebrities there. We're going to have Derrick Rose, the basketball players, the top basketball players of the U.S. We're going to have amazing sponsors, fans. It's going to be spectators going to be there. We're going to have players with headphones, with noise-canceling headphones, and it's going to be really another new level of what we're going to reach there. So we're preparing that right now.
Can't wait for it to happen. What are the dates? Are you able to?
Yeah, we have moved it, I think, a little bit one day. I think it's going to be now from the 15th to the 20th of July. We're going to have the Chestival, like the basketball hand-in-hand charity thing with the basketball players 2 days before. So the whole event is going to be like from the 11th to the 21st. And we're going to have 5 days of Grand Slam, because we are shortening the time, obviously. And so we're going to have like 2 days of round robin, 1 day quarterfinal, 1 day semifinal, 1 day final. And that's going to be most likely, it's going to end either on the Saturday or on that Sunday.
Wonderful. Wow, I can't wait for that, because having that element that you said, the sort of celebrity element, other professional sports people going to be there. Derrick Rose, I mean, huge name in basketball.
Yeah, he's also an investor in freestyle in our company.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So he brings his fan base. I mean, he has like 15 million followers, and so he brings like a lot of interest. And he was actually following the games, and he was twittering, or not twittering, like on Instagram. He was posting and writing in the chat, and then people said like, this is not the real Derrick Rose, is it? And so he's like really revealing that it's his, and he's like, I couldn't believe that I watched this for like 4.5 hours, So it's like amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that's great that we're getting access to this entire new demographic of people.
Exactly, that's the plan.
And I know there are a bunch of other basketball players that love chess. I mean, Luka Doncic.
Yeah, Wemby and so on.
Wemby. Wemby was just in the park playing, right?
Wow.
Yeah, there's
here, no, not here.
Not sorry. He went to Washington Square Park.
Yeah.
So if you could get those guys,
they were I don't know exactly which names, because it's also secret, but these big names will come to Las Vegas on the 12th and 13th of July.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Well, look, I think you can be super proud, because this could be the start of something huge, and the interest, as I say.
And look at this. We can actually play that video about the voting. It would be very nice to play.
Please.
Yeah, let's see the people choose.
A little polling station here today, and the people have spoken between classical chess and freestyle chess. Classical chess was the winner, but not by much.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is round 7 of the Grenke Chess Festival and the Freestyle Open, and we can see in the corner of our eyes here there has been a result, and it looks as though most likely that Fabiano Caruana has won his game against Bador Jobava, and it feels as though Bador...
But then Bador, why is he smiling so much? Or he just enjoyed that it was such a battle?
Yeah, I think the C pawn has gone, and he's got the battery here, and there's no way to win. Yeah, he enjoyed the battle, but probably is bitterly disappointed because it felt as though he probably had something in that game. But Fabi moves on, and well, we haven't had Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen yet. Jan-Henrik, we might legitimately get that even tomorrow,
yes,
right?
Well, Sebastian told me
if
he wins, he will play. So
I mean, in the first game tomorrow, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Could be. Yeah.
We cannot ask for a better pairing.
Absolutely brilliant. I think, as we just mentioned while we were watching that video, what we would like to do is maybe open up questions for everybody watching the stream. If you do have a question for Jan-Henrik has promised to come back tomorrow into the booth regarding freestyle chess, anything regarding it, of course not anything, but within reason. I'm sure Jan-Henrik would be more than happy
absolutely, absolutely. Like, make a list of questions, and we're gonna go through them tomorrow. We're gonna be here all day. Yeah. So yeah. So if there are questions to Holly, maybe she's also here. Like she can.
Fabi drew. We just get the information.
No.
That's why the players had such good emotions. What an incredible save then by Jobava.
So it's not going to be Magnus Fabi then.
Well, not in the morning round. Maybe in the last round.
Yeah.
That would be an epic last round finale.
Would be an epic finale,
right?
Yeah,
so it might work out. But Bador must be over the moon because it looked losing, but one of these study-like positions maybe that was actually a draw. Even though
we were screaming out, "Where is the mate? Where is the win?" Unbelievable stuff.
All right. Well, that's brilliant. Well, look, thank you so much for popping in today.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah,
perfect.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can see there as well on the big screen that was a draw. And, it looked as though Fabi, the queen and the bishop, but there's no way to win that position. It's incredible.
It's absolutely incredible. It's one of the most incredible study-like positions. If it really was a draw, or just that with little amount of time it was impossible to find. And there we have the results.
Yes.
Let's take a look. And we see that Andrei Yesipenko and Rauf Mamedov are the two players who are on 6 out of 7.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Yesipenko. So tomorrow, actually, the likelihood of us... So let's try and do a prediction then for the game in the morning. Magnus is going to be black
against Mamedov.
Against Mamedov, right?
Yes. And then Yesipenko, the only remaining player on 6 points, will get someone from the 5.5 points back. But could it be that it's the highest rated player? Is that the rule? Could it be that Fabi will be drawn to?
I'm not sure. Most likely.
But it could be. It could easily be. Otherwise, of course, we have absolutely zero clue who would join, because I guess there are tons of players on 5. Well, actually, let's try to figure out. So Magnus Carlsen, 7 out of 7. Fabiano Caruana drew, so he is not. Yesipenko and Mamedov, 2 players only on 6 out of 7. And then the following players on 5.5, Fabiano Caruana, Jobava, Matthias Blubaum, Sarana,
Keimer.
And then already, from the other groups, Vincent Keimer, Dominguez, yes,
maybe even
David Anton, yes, David Anton as well. And we need some more results because there were people below them with also 4.5 out of 6. So there are like, I don't know.
There'll probably be about 8 players, I would guess.
13 players. Actually, we are getting the information. Position 4 to 16 on 5.5 at least. So it's completely crazy. What a tournament it is. And we talked about it. Magnus Carlsen leading the tournament, if he runs away with it, it opens the door for every other player to join for the battle for the big ticket to Las Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Jan-Henrik said, it's going to take place in the middle of July in Vegas. There's going to be celebrities there. It's going to be glamorous. It's going to be unique. And it's going to be an absolute delight to watch. So I can't wait to tune into that. But before we do that, of course, we've got to know who's going to end up going. There's still a ticket available. Tomorrow's going to be an absolutely massive day. And we can see some of the other games there.
Maxim Vachier-Lagrave also on 5.5 points. Sindel won 5.5 points.
Yes.
Jordan Fanfores 5.5 points. And I believe also Frederick Svanne on 5.5. That's my kind of guess. And that's where I believe it ends.
Yes.
With the 4.5 points players. I'm not 100% sure, but this would be more or less logical. So all the players who draw their game now missed out on this incredible opportunity to close up. Yeah, because they would have been on striking distance. The players with 5 points, they really need a miracle. They need to win 2 games to get to 7 points and to hope. But, well, who knows?
Who knows?
Because if Magnus wins both games, that's what all the other players actually have to root, because it would mean that Magnus is taking down one of the main rivals.
Correct.
But yes, so much intrigue. Rauf Mamedov tomorrow with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen, and Yesipenko is waiting for an opponent from the 5.5 points pack.
That's most likely what's going to happen. Well, I don't know about you, but as Magnus said, it's also exhausting for you lot. Yes, it is, Magnus. It is exhausting. We have been commentating for nearly,
we are losing our minds. We have no idea how long we have been.
It's been a 10-hour day, that's for sure. But we've enjoyed every minute of it. In order for us to be fully recharged and give you the best possible show tomorrow, though, we are going to sign off now and say goodbye. What a day it's been. Full of drama, the ups and downs. We're very lucky to have Magnus come in. And the big question on everybody's lips is very simply, as it has been many times before, who is going to stop Magnus Carlsen, or is he simply unstoppable? He is on a perfect 7 out of 7. And I tell you something, Magnus is going to be thinking, I actually quite fancy winning this tournament with 9 out of 9. When was the last time he won a, let's say, professional tournament?
Do you remember that moment when in Zagreb, in the Blitz tournament, he scored 9 out of 9 on one day, and then he had all the hands, fists in the air? Well, I think we would see the same here for sure.
He might even say that this is one of his greatest ever performances if he did get there. He's still got 2 games to go. Anything can happen. We're going to find out exactly what happens tomorrow. Join us once again, 10 o'clock Central European time in the morning. Please, not in the evening. 10 o'clock in the morning, I'll be here once again, of course, with Peter, and we'll see exactly what transpires. Can it actually get any better than this? I'm not so sure. Only one way to find out. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Take care.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?